possibly anyone who intends, especially for the programmers, you can see how you can use machine learning as part of your of the tools that you can apply in detecting and also dealing with cyber anomalies. So I'm going to get started. And the title of my presentation is Implementation of Machine Learning Tools for Detecting Cyber Anomalies. And so this is what I'm going to talk about. I'll have a background, the objective, previous work, methodology, results, and way forward. And so we define online fraud, and you can see there the definition of online fraud. It's deception carried out with the objective of gaining financially. So online fraud, especially credit card, debit fraud, though I'm going to be using the term credit card more frequently. I mean both credit and debit, because in Kenya we tend to use more debit card. Debit rather than credit card. We can see that the rise in this kind of fraud has come about because of growth in e-commerce, and even in Kenya we know e-commerce has grown a lot. A lot of organizations are providing their services online. Banks also are providing banking services online. People are able to access their accounts online. So you know, for a person to use your credit card, they require these three things. They require the account number, they require the card verification value, and the expiry date. All these can be found on your card, but people can obtain them through other ways, including if you've lost your card and you've not reported quickly enough, then that's a risk you're running. Social engineering, you can be tricked into diverging this information. In addition, the perpetrator can request a new card from your provider, and they can do this if they have your details. Yeah, if they have your details, they can make a call and request a new card, which will be sent to them, rather than and they will pretend to be you. Yeah? Also, credit card data can be stolen from merchants, who save credit card information. Although this is not a best practice, but if it's done, then that data can be stolen. There is also card skimming. Card skimming happens when hackers or malicious persons install malicious code on websites to just capture details that users are entering on that site. I'll put the presentation on my phone so that I don't have to look back there. Give me a second. And so we have some statistics there showing the extent of this vice. The European Central Bank has done this for Europe, but the data is a bit old. It's 2019, but you can see we are seeing there 1.87 billion euros was lost through fraud. Yeah? Then also 80% of this fraud was carried out through what is called card not present transactions, which means the owner of the card was not present, which means it was either online or through a stolen card. If we go to the US, in Europe, in US, we can see the reported fraud cases in 2021 was 390,000, and losses were amounting to 5.73 billion, again from card not present. So if you think of card not present, it means one doesn't have to swipe the card, yeah? Which means it's online, online transactions mostly. In Kenya, we couldn't get the data, but at least from the newspaper articles, we could see that it's still a problem. As you can see, we are noting there the report by KESAT, CC, Computer Incident Response Team. The growth in e-commerce has also resulted into e-skimming and credit card fraud. And then also business data, you can see there Safaricom and communications regulator face a class action suit over SIM swap fraud. Why is SIM swap important? Because SIM swap is the way that people are using these days to be able to access your online account, yeah, because they're able to intercept OTP messages that are sent, which are used to verify that is you is logging in into the account. Yeah? So our objective, of course, was to test if we can use machine learning to detect fraud. We tested two algorithms, logistic regression and ADA boosts. There is some previous work you can see there. The best performing algorithm was an artificial neural network, which you can see there is reported to have attained 99.71% in detecting fraud. But these results are a bit misleading because the others in this study never checked, never used metrics which we call the appropriate metrics when we say the data is imbalanced. When the data is imbalanced, we find that if you have two classes, one class can make 90% of the data set, the other class maybe makes 10% of the data set. For fraud, credit card fraud, we find most transactions are not fraud. Yeah? You can find cases where even 99% of the transactions are actually authentic, and only 1% are fraud. So we say that data is very imbalanced. So these people, they never used metrics which are appropriate for an imbalanced data set. So these results you are seeing there are a bit misleading, as we'll see later. There's also some other previous work that used these other algorithms, naive bias, k-nearest, and logistic regression. You can see there, the main thing you can see there is logistic regression does not perform very well. Yeah? You can see it's 0.54 accuracy, sensitivity 0.58. For those of you who have a background in machine learning, you know sensitivity means how many of the fraud cases are detected. So at 58%, it means if you have 100 fraud cases, only 58 are detected, and 42 go undetected. Yeah? That's what sensitivity means there. Yeah? So sensitivity is a good metric to really determine if the model you're using is actually detecting fraud or not. Yeah? So you also can decide if you want to live with the fact that the model is not detecting 42% of the cases. Yeah? We used a data set from the internet. This, of course, is not really the best thing, but we decided deliberately to use this data set so that to create sensitivity on the need to create local data sets, either through collaboration and working together so that we can curate data sets for using for local research and also for students to do projects. Yeah? You saw even in the area signs that even government is not reporting on the rate of credit card fraud in Kenya. And so that's a problem we need to address, and that's one of the things we want to highlight. Yeah? You can't hide the information is not going to help in solving the problem. Yeah? So we can discuss that as we go on. Yeah? So this data set, as we've seen, is highly balanced with only 9% of the cases being found. But despite that, what it means is 9, or we can say 10% of transactions are fraudulent. You can see that's a very high number. It means 1 in 10 transactions are fraudulent. Yeah? So no one is really safe. Yeah? And there's really that need to protect ourselves. Again, 65% of these transactions are online. As you can see, the data set has 1 million records, and 65% of those are online. And so that's some of the attributes in the data set that were used for the learning purpose. There is the distance from home, how far from the home the credit card was used, distance from last transaction, ratio to median purchase price. Ratio to median purchase price means if your median purchase is, say, 10 shillings, now if one day you have a purchase of 1,000 shillings, then the ratio to median purchase price is that 1,000 divided by the 10, which is your median. So the ratio to median purchase price then will be 100, yeah, which will be very high. But you can see the average ratio to median purchase price is 1.8, which is approximately 2. It means that for most transactions, you never purchase goods more than 2 times what you usually buy normally. Yeah? So when you buy something, when you have a transaction which is 100 times what you usually buy, we are going to see, does that indicate that it's likely to be found or not? Yeah? Those are the kind of things you are going to be looking at. There are other statistics there you can see, like if it's a repeat retailer, you are going back to a retailer you've seen before, or you've visited before. You are using a chip, you are using a PIN. That is, you enter your PIN as you transact. It's an online order. Then we have the label, if the transaction is fraudulent or not. So in the normal machine learning, you have to do things like scaling. So we use standard scaling. You have to do train test split. You use 70-30%. You have to do cross-validation. We did 10-fold cross-validation. And so now I'll go to the results. First of all, let's look at distance from home. You can see there, if the distance from home, as it increases, the likelihood of fraud goes up. Yeah? So we are saying here, when distance from home is greater than 60, the likelihood of fraud is 25%. Yeah? When the distance is less than 60, the likelihood of fraud is 6.88%. The other one is distance from last transaction, and we are seeing as the distance increases to 8 and above, the percentage of fraud goes up to 12.8. Distance is less than 8 is 8.16%. Yeah? So you can make your own conclusions about that. Of course, you might ask why we are using 60 and 8. 60 in distance from home and 8 in distance from last transaction. That's because that's the cutoff for what are called outliers. So for distance from home, the outliers start from 60 and above, and distance from last transactions, the outliers start from 8. Yeah? Then in the case of ratio to median purchase price, which I described using the 10 and 1,000 example, you can see it really goes up. If the ratio to median purchase price is greater than 5, the transaction is 65% likely to be fraudulent. And if it's less than 5, then the transaction is 4% likely to be fraudulent. Yeah? Repeat retailer, this one doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Yeah? With that, sorry. The person controlling the slides, okay, I think we are there. So there you can see this ratio to median purchase price. Yeah, which I was saying that when it's greater than 5, then the likelihood of fraud is 62%. When it's less than 5, is 4%, 4.5. Yeah? A repeat retailer, that one seems to have no effect. Whether it's a repeat retailer or not, there is no effect. There is little difference. Yeah? As you can see, in using cheap, yes, using the chip, the difference is not much, but when you don't use a chip, the chip is, previously we used to have magnetic cans, but now they are cheap. Eh? In Kenya, I think we transitioned 100% to use of chip-based cans. As you can see, when a chip-based can is used, the probability of a fraudulent transaction reduces compared to when you don't use a chip-based card. And then use of PIN, again, PIN, you know, PIN means you are present, most likely. Use of PIN, you can see when you use a PIN, the probability of fraud is very low, almost 0. Yeah, you can see there is 0.27%. I've seen some banks these days also provide online PINs. So you can see that's one way to reduce fraud. Eh? When the PIN is not used, the likelihood is much higher. Online order, you can see when an order is online, the likelihood of fraud there goes up to 12%, 12.71. When the order is not online, is 1.34. Yeah? So you can see the difference that an online order is more likely to be fraudulent, which are the issues we are dealing with today here. And so these are our results, these are our experiments. Once again, these are the metrics I was talking about. You can see the metrics are a bit different. We have accuracy, which was used in the previous study. You can see underboost. Underboost is a powerful algorithm being adopted these days. Is getting to 99.99% in terms of accuracy. But what's more important is the balanced accuracy, which takes into consideration both sets, the fraudulent and unfraudulent. Yeah? And you can see it's still very high, 99.6. Recall is sensitivity, how well it's able to recognize fraud when it sees it. Yeah? So we are saying, if out of 100 fraud cases, underboost will recognize 99.9% of them. That means it will recognize like all of them. Yeah? And you can see for logistic regression, it's recognizing like 80% of them. So it will miss 20. You can see it's a big difference. Yeah? Although when you use the standard accuracy, they look like they are almost the same. But when you use the balanced accuracy, you can see the difference is very huge. In fact, recall is 60 for logistic regression, which means it will actually miss 40. Yeah. The specificity is about recognizing the non-found. You know, you also don't want to classify non-found as found. So the specificity, they are all doing very well. They are both not classifying non-found as found. Eh? But then we have also other metrics there, precision and F1 score. But more importantly, our data set, remember we had a test set of 30%, which was 26,000 found cases, or 26,221. Logistic regression missed 10,000 of them, while Underboost missed only 21. Yeah? So you can see the big difference. And then data that's not fraudulent, logistic regression classified almost 2,000 of them as fraudulent, while Underboost, for the data that was not fraudulent, it classified 0 of them as fraudulent, which means it is scored 100%. That's why you are seeing the 100% up there in precision. So, what's the way forward? We propose, of course, to test other algorithms, and as I said earlier, create local data sets so that we can use both for researchers and students. Then also try to apply machine learning to detect other anomalies, like denial of service attacks, intrusion attempts, phishing, swim swap, and so forth. Yeah, so that's the end of my presentation. MC, you can tell me if I'm receiving questions now or later.
Thank you, Dr. You will receive questions later. Please, let's clap for Dr. Now, when we say research, that is research. And this is data that is available. And the university is doing research on cybersecurity. So we already have research that can be curated. This is just a tip of how much the professors and students have done in the field of cybersecurity. Okay, Cyberpro Global. Who is Cyberpro Global? This one. Who is Cyberpro Global? Before we welcome our next speaker, let's see Cyberpro. Please come on stage if you are recognized with that title, Cyberpro. If you are recognized with that title, Cyberpro, come on stage. I know not everyone will be here because we are also running other activities. But if you're recognized with Cyberpro, come on stage. Come and support us. Yeah, Rajesh, come and support us. Yeah. Yeah, others are still working. They might not be, we are not all here, but we are a few here. Any other person here who is recognized by that title? Yes. This is just part of the team of Cyberpro. Yeah, they're still coming. You will meet all of them at a later time. I want everyone to introduce himself with a few words. Please. Let's begin with Christine.
Good morning. My name is Christine Muturi. I work at Cyberpro as an instructor. What we do is skills development in the field of cybersecurity. We have different programs for beginner level, mid-level. So if you're looking to start, you can register with us. If you're already in the field, you can as well register with us. We have something for everyone, and it's so amazing to see you guys here. We are happy for coming to be with us here. Thank you.
Plus, you guys online, please remember, that's a camera we are talking to. Grace.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Kariuki. I work at Cyberpro as a cybersecurity trainer and instructor, and I'm happy to see you all guys, even the ones who are watching us online. We love the support and the love, and as Christine has said, we do a lot of certifications, and with the partnerships that we're having with the government and AC Council and ISACA, we're proud to say that we can train you guys to be expert from newbies in, even if you want to, you're not in cybersecurity and you want to take that track in cybersecurity, we can help you with that. So we look forward to having partnerships and looking forward to see you all in class. Thank you.
My name is Dennis Ngaroya. I'm a cybersecurity analyst, trainer, and researcher at Cyberpro, mostly focusing on cloud computing and cloud security. Cybersecurity is a very important field, and it's very crucial that we are all cyber aware, since all of us are online. None of us, I believe, here does not have a smartphone, and these smartphones contain a lot of digital information, and this information can be used to compromise our identity. So this conference, I hope, will help enlighten us on how we can be more cyber safe and how we can protect ourselves online. Thank you.
Hello, students. My name is Dorothy Otieno. I handle the communications, public relations, and marketing side of things. And I'm really grateful for your presence at this conference. As I was coming to this place this morning, I was actually thinking to myself how blessed and lucky you are to have such an opportunity to interact with industry and government and to understand what's going on in the industry before you get there. So I would urge you to take advantage of such opportunities. At Cyberpro, we are here for you. We'll be doing this every year, and we'll let you know when we are having these conferences so that you can come and learn what's in the industry and interact with the people who are in the industry. Thank you so much for being here, and we hope to see you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Lakayana. I work at Cyberpro as a data security analyst. I also handle the different partnerships from different vendors who we sell their firewalls. I'm responsible for installing them, configuring them, and I also teach the students who come to our academy to learn about them. Thank you.
Now, good morning, everybody. My name is Dunstan Akwiri. In this particular event, I was the coordinator. I think we've met here and there when I'm moving around. So I will use a different language. I don't really work at Cyberpro. I work with Cyberpro. I am the director in charge of cybersecurity and ICT infrastructure. So what we basically do, we looked at it from this perspective. Cybersecurity has two factors. The technical factors, which I really do appreciate our speakers, who talked mostly on the technical factors, and the human factor. So the technical factor and the human factor is what actually makes up cybersecurity. So what we do at our company, the human factor is what we mostly focus on, because the human factor is not really the weakest link, it is the most critical link in the whole chain of cybersecurity. So that is what we do. And what we have been doing so far so good is training. We focus our services on training, reskilling, and upskilling. There is no end in terms of learning. The journey is always very long. So we take your hand and we work together throughout the journey to make sure that at the end of the day, when you leave our academies, you are a wholesome cybersecurity practitioner. So basically that's what we have done. It's always very bad to talk last because it's like a repeat. Everybody has shared everything. So I'm hoping to see you again next year, Cyberweek 2024, the same faces. Thank you so much, guys.
Good morning, all. Hope you are well. Okay. I'm Rajesh. Okay. I'm head of cybersecurity in banking industry. This discussion, I think 2 or 3 months back, we have a discussion that this gaps, cybersecurity gaps, which is identified in this country, right, in this nation. So while our internal discussions are going on, that point of time we have decided who will ring the bell to fill these cyber gaps across the country. Then, surprisingly, I've got an answer that Cyberpro is there. Post lot of hurdle, lot of many things. They come ahead and then arrange this session. So in my entire tenure, I did a lot of training, seminar and other things. But the way they are approaching all of you to adhere the cyber knowledge. So I think for a student, it is always required to acquire those cyber knowledge, because not only on your job it is required, on your personal thing also. You can support your family also on this, because the frauds are happening across, you all are aware of. Sometimes somebody is just raising a complaint that, that some frauds are happening. It is not a fraud, it is lack of awareness. And that gaps, Cyberpro is there to fulfill for you. And I am happy to be part of Cyberpro, and we'll connect in coming days. Okay, thank you so much.
That's support. We welcome our chairman to just say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noah. I'm the chairman of Cyberpro Global. Thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. The main purpose is to push cyber into Kenya and to work on cooperation with government and universities. We will want to be able to push policies to the market, push this idea of necessity of cyber and the necessity of good people to join and to serve the nation in promoting cyber. Thank you very much. I'll leave the stage for my colleagues.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Morning. Ah, great. They left me to talk the last because I usually the guy who talks too much. I don't like them too either. They think I talk too much, but I won't talk too much. Cyberpro, you just need to go online, look at www.cyberpro.ke. Just that, cyberpro.ke. This is the Kenyan chapter of Cyberpro Global, which is an international organization dealing with cybersecurity, training active cybersecurity engineers into the future. We all know that it's not enough to learn to be a Chiromite. I was there many years ago. And you come out and you are able to deliver solutions for people, especially in the area of cyber. We are creating an opportunity for you to fit in while you are still in campus. We train you at your level. We train you at where you are. So you don't have to leave campus and hack in another 4 years or 2 years, try to get 3 years experience. Every student we train, we attach them a job, or we give them a job straight away. Every student we train, we help them fit in the cyber industry or in any industry they are. We are training law students on cyber because there's no cyber law in Kenya. There's law in Kenya, but there's no laws in cyber. There's nobody who understands the law in cyber. If I hack you today, tomorrow you'll either hack me back or you go to court and I'll be accused of obtaining. That's the only law which is in Kenya for cyber hacker. So hackers, you are encouraged to keep on hacking. Why? You'll only be accused of obtaining, and if you are not, they cannot prove that you obtained, you don't go to jail. I could almost guess 90% of guys accused of hacking in Kenya walk out scotch-free if they have a good lawyer, where the lawyers also don't know the law on cyber. So we are training them. We are starting an interdisciplinary research center within multiple universities in Nairobi and out of Nairobi, and we encourage you guys, you are our next trainers. You seated here, you are the guys, you are vision carriers. You need to get ready, you need to register with us, cyberpro.ke, and then we'll show you what we can do. We are doing great things, we are doing stuff with some people seated here. I know they wouldn't think. Somebody asked, John, sikwisi uko kwa radio? No, I told them I'm not in the radio. The radio is coming to us to see what we are doing because people are even hacking the radios and hacking the TVs too. The capacity of developing cybersecurity and developing de-escalation and escalation solutions for cyber and issues like threat intelligence hunting is with the university students. It's not with the working class. These guys work here, they have no time to do two things at the same time. The people with the capacity to do two things at the same time are the students. Why? Because you are only here to read. So you go to university, what's your work? Anybody who knows why you go to university? To read, nothing else. But you go to university to read. So what I'm saying is you guys have the capacity to change this nation in the few years to come. You just need to learn and learn continuously. If you keep on watching our website and keep on looking at it, you'll see many of the opportunities we are laying forward. We are practically funding every research center we are building. We are funding it up 100%. We are not going to the university to tell them to deposit money in our account so that we can deliver. No, we are delivering 100% end-to-end solution for the universities. How we are doing? Noah is supporting us. Where is he? Noah is supporting us. We know you know how they help us. So we are developing cyber academies within universities. Please keep our website on touch. Go online, like the page, comment, rebuke if you have to rebuke, ask questions, interrogate us. And our offices are in Haligam, just next to the DOD, and we are expanding multiple cells within the nation for training. We want to take this thing across Kenya. If I look at Africa, we might be number one. But I don't want to say how Nigeria is doing. Nigeria, they will just hack you. They are good guys. Some of them are even here. But Kenyans will provide solution. We want you guys to be the ones standing in the gap between if Sudan hacks us, we don't hack them back. We forgive them. And we protect ourselves so next time they will not hack us back. I asked one guy, how do you guys survive with so many enemies around you? They told me, we have no choice. We have only one solution. What did you say? What did you say?
I said we don't have any other choice.
They do not have another solution. They don't have a choice. The only way now we are going to survive is because we don't have a choice. AI is coming and overtaking us. The human nature is being aggravated by technologies. You can't live now without your phone. Some of you will go mad if you lose your phone just for one day. We can't live without technology. We have to accept it and live with it. And this is the time, and this is a very good group of people to join and work with them. We are training multiple financial institutions on cybersecurity. We are training government. We are training universities. 60 students enroll with us every week at Cyberpro Academy. We are doing interactive training. We have simulation solutions for cybersecurity. You look at CyWareness, CyPro, CyWarrior. Those are our courses which we are training online. People are coming all the way from India to partner with us because we have the idea and we don't need the funding. The challenge with the training and the cybersecurity and governance and the government itself is wherever you start a project, you need funding. If you have to go to school to learn, you need school fees. So when there is no funding, there is no school fees needed, it's very easy for people to just learn and become experts. People are willing to learn. We are providing that opportunity for you guys. You grab it and speak about us wherever you go, and you'll see the change. In 2 years' time, I told yesterday the director of NC4, in 2 years' time, the government will be looking for us because we'll be doing so much. We are building a vigilante of people who will protect the nation against anybody trying to penetrate our networks for free.
Please, if you're a hacker and you're here, hack our website.
They will, don't try.
Did I say that? It's a challenge. We are just giving you a challenge. Okay, thank you, Cyberpro. Please. Ronald Kirui. Please come on stage. The audience is waiting.
Okay, thank you. Right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you're awake from my session. I insisted on a morning session because the afternoon, sometimes you find yourself alone. So I was going to talk about, my name is Ronald Kirui. I'm a managing director of a company called Magal Security Systems here in Kenya. It's an international company, and we specialize in physical security technology, and we do our interventions through execution of projects. We do physical security projects that are hinged on software and hardware integration. So we don't do electric fences. Yes, sometimes we have them as part of our solutions, but generally we focus on technology, cutting edge technology. If you need facial recognition systems as part of access control or as part of your security infrastructure, then that's what we do. We develop software that can allow different technologies to talk to each other to enhance control and management of security. We are focused on ports, airports, smart cities, big installations, not necessarily houses or estates, but industrial, large industrial and critical infrastructure facilities, power stations, dams, that sort of thing. But I'm not here to talk about my business today. I'm here to talk about cyber and the business side of cyber. We have been in business for a very long time, and we understand how to get from an idea to a business. Looking around the room, I'm seeing primarily young folk who are looking to understand the opportunities that cyber brings, whether that is in terms of learning or in terms of a career progression for personal reasons, or maybe getting into a business around cyber. I'm sure there are those, the people who will fit into one of those or a mix of those groups. So I'm here just to give a bit of my own personal experience on how to commercialize or monetize an idea and how you go from a good idea to a business. Because it's very exciting to get into, to hear the opportunities that are available in cybersecurity in Kenya. However, you know, things are fashionable for a while, and then the space becomes crowded, and then everyone now starts to compete with each other for opportunities. So who is then left behind growing in that space and building a business in that space? And you know, I just wanted to give an idea of my view of how you can look at building a career or a business career in cyberspace, or any business really, but we're talking here about cyber, so we'll focus on cyber. So looking at and hearing what John has talked about and the Cyberpro team, there are huge opportunities in the cyberspace in Kenya. And the first thing is to, you know, build capacity through training to create the people that will service that space. As companies become aware of the risks that they face in terms of cyber attacks and the impact that has on their businesses, then there is need for companies to engage people to assist them to manage and to deter those threats and attacks. So that's where, you know, the professionals within the space come in, and when those opportunities arise, then there are those who will go in, do the work, and move on. And there are those that will build businesses around those opportunities, and those businesses then grow within the space. And of course, as the business becomes successful, then you invest out of that space. So just generally, you know, a lot of successful business, you will notice after so long, they start to venture out into other sectors. So it is very deliberate to diversify your business interests, because, you know, you're always seeking chasing opportunities. So how do you move from where you are now, get into training, get into cyberspace, and then grow it into a business? One thing I'll tell you is it doesn't happen by accident. It is something that is deliberate. You have to want it, you have to plan for it, and you have to seek opportunities that take you towards the direction that you want, where you want to go. And that, if for those who want to get into business in cyber, then you have to understand what type of business you want to get into. You may want to get into the business of developing solutions, software solutions, hardware. You may want to go into consultancy services, training services, you know, all manner of variances within the space. So I would encourage you to think about where you want to go, where you want to take. If your route is to get into business and to build a business in cybersecurity, then you need to think about, you know, which direction you want to take it. Then from there, you can now start building your capacity, and of course, you can engage a network within professionals in that space who then will assist you to now and take advantage of other opportunities, or bring opportunities to you that you may not necessarily be aware of. So what am I saying? Training for capacity, you don't need to be super expert in, and the guy at Cyberpro will tell you maybe only a few of them are experts in cyber, but some of them, like John, are business people who have a passion for cyber, and therefore they have been able to build a business. And I think John really should give his story, because he is not a cyber expert technically, but he has a passion for developing the cyber awareness, cyber capacity within the country, in order to take the country to the next level in terms of recognition as a center of excellence for cyber. So he has a vision, and if you want to build a business, you must have a vision. Otherwise, you're a blind person running in the dark. Effectively, you're going nowhere. You find yourself, when the lights are on, you're still in the same spot. So you must have a vision, you must have a direction, and you must arm yourselves with the tools that will enable you to move from point A to B of your plan. So for us as people who have been in business for a little bit longer than maybe some of you, you know, we're always here and willing, through the Cyberpro network and family, you can reach us to bounce ideas, to understand, you know, now I have this big there's an opportunity here. I have this idea which seems to match with this opportunity, but there's need for funding. Then we have funding networks who can bring people who have funds that they want to invest in startups. There are people who are setting up hubs. I know several people who are setting up incubation hubs who are looking at startups, and they have access to funding. So you need to take yourself to those places, but sometimes you don't even know that these places exist or how to get to them. So networking is how you get information and how you understand how other people have walked that journey before you, and you can follow in their path until you feel confident enough to now venture out on your own. So that is really what I wanted to say is you must network, take advantage of what the Cyberpro team have set up here. It's a training platform. Those who want to get into cyber understand what capacity you need to build. Maybe you're already there, maybe you're still a long way from there, but the Cyberpro platform will enable you to get those skills, and then using those skills, you can then chart yourself a career into employment. And for those who want to get into business and build a business in that space, then those are the people I'm really talking to say, take advantage of this network that is being built here. Make sure you exchange contacts with all the people that are here so that you're able to then build your capacity and then build your business and build yourself a career and others who you will then do the same for in the future. And that's all I always ask young people, we will help you, you then help others. And in the process, the country will grow. And for those of you who have read about the cyberspace in Israel, for instance, they have really developed their cyber capacity, and they have a lot of companies who are startups and have grown beyond even to listing in the stock market that are focused on cybersecurity and are making huge, huge impacts. And if you go to our government institutions and you ask them, those who have invested in cybersecurity solutions, most of them will tell you we are using Israeli products. And when you go to Israel, you find hundreds of options. And it starts where we are today. Students get into the space, build capacity, and then build careers and build businesses out of it. So I think without too much else, I will stop there. I'm sure there'll be a question and answer session later. Thank you very much for listening.
Please, let's clap for Rhoda. Someone's told me to go to the backstage, but now I'm here. We have a panel discussion. We have Rajesh. Please come. We have Professor Elisha. Please come. We have Nancy Burithi. Please come. And we have Cyrus Kamau. Okay, Cyrus Kamau is not here, but those three are qualified to have a conversation on empowering fraud and cybersecurity teams to safeguard financial, e-commerce, and technology enterprises. Yeah, good.
through the questions, maybe. I'm just moderating. Fortifying defense, unleashing energy, and empowering fraud and cybersecurity team to safeguard financial, e-commerce, and technology enterprises. Okay, so, okay, let's start with this. I hope. So, if you go, I can continue. I can continue.
I was seeking permission from my chairman to sit in front with the panelists. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to moderate. Fortifying defenses, unleashing synergy, empowering proud cybersecurity teams to safeguard financial, e-commerce, and technology enterprises. How do we empower teams to safeguard our digital assets in financial, e-commerce, and technology enterprises? That's a question that we are asking today. How do we empower our teams? Of course, we know, as the ones in the industry, the experts, we know what we go through for us to do our work. It's challenging, but how can we get empowered so that we can do our work effectively? Does anyone from the audience understand the challenge of cybersecurity professionals? Or can someone give an idea or a preview of what we go through? Anyone? Yeah, there's someone there.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Joseph. I think threats from the hackers, because hackers are criminals. So if you block them, they might send someone to threat you, I think.
It's true. In fact, there was a speaker on Monday who said that he has been having challenges with strangers who follow him, who threaten him, but he is not scared anymore. Any other person? Yeah, there is a gentleman there.
Hello, good morning. I'm Bernard. I think also threats from the insiders. For example, an institution, so the ones working inside the institution, various institution, they can be a threat to our systems. Or
Yes,
they can pose a threat to the systems. Thank you.
So, how do we fortify defenses and unleash synergy? How do we empower the teams to safeguard financial, e-commerce, and technology enterprises? We will begin with, from here to the head.
Thank you very much. I think for us to understand what we need to do, then it begins from what you've just done. First, understanding the challenges that we face. And other than the physical threat or like the one that has been mentioned, directly targeting the life of the defenders, There are a number of challenges. From my experience in collaboration with industries, some of the challenges I've seen that are facing cybersecurity professionals out there include one, the rapidly changing landscape. The tools, the approaches that are used by cyber criminals keep changing, and that means that for us to tackle such challenge, or rather to empower our professionals to protect the digital infrastructure, then we need to keep these defenders updated on the skills and tools that are required for protection. The next is resourcing them. There are a number of institutions I've consulted for and realized that yes, we have a team of cybersecurity professionals, but they do not have the right tools and even the right skills. So we need to build their capacity and also acquire the right tools for them to use. Maybe I just stop there to leave for my other colleagues.
Hello, good morning. So my friend well said that yes, right technology, right skill set is required. And though I belongs to the financial sector, I'm just sharing my views. Okay. Even if you have all the technology solution, but that is not enough. You cannot say that we are safe. Nobody can hack us. It is not. A regular awareness is required. Regular awareness, what is going on across. What is some vulnerabilities sometimes identified with some big organizations. Like in some organization to concern with cybersecurity, if you have solutions, sometimes some patches are not there. Solution is okay, but it is a outdated patch. So you have to update that. That awareness is required, and that is why Cyberpro, I think they're here. And one more thing, they're planning a IOC indicator of compromises, right? Which all are the baseline to compromise something. You have to well aware of those things. If some IP, I'm just giving you an example, right? Like few days back, everyone knows that some ransomware attack happened to e-citizen or somewhere. How many of you knows how many IPs were used to attack those e-citizen portal or somewhere else? Those are called IOCs. Maybe some hash value, some IPs are being used, some bot. Bot is nothing, not a costly requirement. Via that, someone can do a DOS attack, right? DOS attack, you are aware of those things. So regular awareness is required in cybersecurity field. If you are in cybersecurity field or you are not up to date yourself according to industry requirement, you will lose everything. So from my point of view, if it is financial or some healthcare or maybe IT industry, if you are trying to get a career on cybersecurity, you must be well aware of the routine changes. Right? That way, they come up with some solution. That is why my colleague says that yes, you can visit the page. They are updating the regular advisories, threat advisories. They are updating in the websites. You can learn from there. Right? So, thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. Good morning. So I'm very happy to see so many of you. I think it's really amazing to see the strides security is making. So like you heard, my name is Nancy. I work as a security engineer. So I think the downside of being the last one is most of the things you had to say have already been said. But what I'll mention in a brief is there definitely needs to be a lot of awareness, not only about security, but also security as a career. Because, I mean, we're talking about financial sector, healthcare, and something that my colleague mentioned is that for security, we say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's eventually going to happen. But what helps you as an individual or as an organization is how fortified you are, in the sense of what are the methods, have you prepared yourself beforehand in case an attack happens. Like what happened with eCitizen. I think when that happened, everyone became an automatic security expert, and so much comments were going around. But what he mentioned about ransomware, do people understand what that is? Not only for the company level, but for the individual person, because there's something in security we call security first culture. What that means is everyone is concerned about security. Back then, security had been limited to IT departments. I mean, if I'm an accountant, why do I need to understand security? Like, what's the essence? But over time, threats evolved, and what happened was the need to have security knowledge spread across the entire organization. So you'll see organizations having trainings, having all these sessions, just sort of to bring that awareness that this is where we are at, and everyone has to be worried. Because, for example, I'm a highly technical person, and I can tell you for sure, if someone wants to take down an entire company, you don't have to hack everyone. You just need one person. And I'm not saying I do that, just, I mean, I'm a white hacker, so white hat hacker, so we just sort of have to understand how these people think, how they intend to attack these systems. So around awareness, why that's is important is because security as a career is also very vast. And people need to understand that security is beyond the technical stuff. We have so many things in legal, in policies, GRC, governance, risk and compliance, all these areas. What that does is sort of, there's always, I know maybe most of you've heard about, there's so much gap in cybersecurity, we need talent and everything, but why do we still have people who are maybe in the space and they haven't found jobs? Because there needs to be that sensitization around what security is all about. Because, for example, myself, I wanted to get into security. I think the only thing that was exciting me is being able to get into a Wi-Fi. I mean, that was like the highlight of it. But as you get into the field and as you continue to learn, you get to understand this field is actually very diverse. So when you talk about sectors of finance and healthcare, right now the whole world is digitized. I mean, right now you don't have to go to a bank to withdraw cash. You just do that from your phone. So how safe are we is the big question. And I think my colleagues have mentioned a point or two around how that can be. We've talked about talent, about awareness, about also embracing emerging technologies like AI to just sort of bring in the necessary defenses that we need for security.
Very good. I want to give you a typical example of what Cyberpro is doing. We have a program, training program, called executive training. Please remember this, executive training. How does executive training relate to the teams that protect our infrastructure? we are saying we want to train our young people. But then, when you go to the industry or any organization or government, you have your manager, you have the board, there is ranking in terms of reporting. And you might find yourself at the lowest level. You are at the lowest level, but then you're the most important person in that organization or institution. How do you get empowered to do your work when your manager or your chairman does not understand what you're doing? You walk into an office and you have a budget of a firewall of 2 million Kenya shillings. I'm just saying that is just the lowest. There's some budgets that go to 100 million. How do you walk to your manager or a board with a budget of 50 million? And then you're told, okay, proceed. That's a scenario. So the executive training is training the executives, the board level, to understand, one, the importance of security, and in particular, cybersecurity. For them to understand that for you to be effective in what you do, you need hardware. You also need software. But then, you're the human, so that interaction. The training specifically targets that level of management, which is not technical, but kind of awareness, but lying in between, so that the managers and chairmen and whoever is in charge of any organization can understand the importance and how our teams work. Because if you do not understand how our teams work, then there might be a conflict. So for you to be empowered as a team working on cybersecurity, you need the support of the management. That is why we have come up with executive training, which is specific in terms of training on the leaders in organizations. So, back to the question, how do we empower our teams to be effective in what they do? I'll go back to the audience. Can someone give me an idea on how we should? Yes.
Thank you for that. I think it's one of the simplest ways, pay them well.
Yeah, pay them well. But then I will also get into that. There is ranking in that organization. How do I pay you better than your manager? If I'm going to pay you well, how do I pay you better than your manager? Or better than, if I'm the chairman or the one at the top there, how does that happen? I will not pay you better than I. Someone else? Yeah, we are talking of empowering. Yeah, please, the microphone.
Is to first appreciate everything they do, and then motivate them, and thereafter give them the resources. So everything they ask for, they should be provided with. Thank you.
Okay, that's a different It's kind of interesting. Everything. Are you saying everything they ask, they should be given? Sorry? Yeah, someone says including coffee machines. You know why we are having this conversation? It's because we are encouraging people to get trained on cybersecurity and protect the institutions. And those institutions have structures that are not in line with how cybersecurity should be handled. Because if I have to report to 4 layers for a decision to be made, and someone has already gotten into our system, they are withdrawing money because they have hacked into the system, and I have to report to my supervisor who will report to the other person and until a decision is made. How do you empower this individual to work? Yeah, the last question here before we get out. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Blair. We can empower them by investing in advanced technologies such as the paid tools which can help them in their working. Thank you.
Okay, we will get back. That we can be our comments from the audience.
Great. I think putting into a perspective what has been described and in terms of the organizational structure and context, I think key is having the senior management appreciate the position of cybersecurity, because most of the decisions will be dependent on how fast the management is going to act, and including investing in resources that the students are mentioning up there.
Okay, so I'm adding few points to there. So if you are a cyber security analyst or an expert, so once it comes into your knowledge or your mind that yes, I have to approach senior management or the board regarding to the requirement, there are 2 aspects. One, whatever the audience may say, that is right, but I am adding some value to that requirement. Don't you think that a gap analysis is required? You are working with an organization, right? If a requirement comes, you will do a gap analysis. Gap analysis means what all things are required. Is it a minimum requirement or I can maximize it? And the other stuff. How many of you knows ASM, attack surface monitoring? From outside to inside, how your organization looks like. You can think like a hacker if it is concerned to cybersecurity. From outside, how your organization looks like, what all the gaps are there. And basis on that, you can prepare a report. These are the gaps. And then it comes into the steering committee's knowledge that yes, these controls are first priority, we can put these controls first, and then we can do further. I hope I have answered.
Okay, how do we support teams? I think first I will support his point, pay people better. The reason I'll support that and how that can be implemented is by companies understanding what's the different roles and what's the payment for the different roles. Because you see, from my experience, I know security for any organization, you've also asked a very good question. There's a big budget, it goes before the board, how do we convince them? Again, have been there. So what needs to be done is, for one, the technical people need to be taught how to talk non-technical language. You need to break down facts in a very non-technical way so that the people that you're talking to, the managers, the senior management, the board, whatever the case, they actually understand, why do I need to invest 2 million in a certain tool or in a certain things that you feel are important. Also, from what I've had, Cyberpro have the executive training, also the management understanding just how important security is. And right now, I feel we've made progress for Kenya and Africa-wise. There's been progress compared to back then. Right now, management, they might not understand any technical thing, but they'll be like, are we safe? You know, what do we need to be safe? So training for the technical people. Also, how you can support these teams is making sure they are up to date in terms of training, because again, that's something else. Because security, I think tech in general, technology is always changing, and there's always something new. And that's what makes security to be an ever-needed career, that as new things come into space, there'll always be need for the security aspect of it. For example, I just asked this to the audience. Back then, before the cloud came in, we were using compact disks and flash disks and all these other things to store our data. You would store your photos there and everything else. Right now, maybe anyone can tell me where they store their photos. Anyone? Where you store your photos and your videos? Sorry? Anyone? Maybe you can just be given a mic. Where you store your photos and your videos?
Oh,
Google.
The Google Drive.
Google Drive, thank you. So the cloud came in, and after the cloud came in, everyone moved to the cloud. Companies moved from physical servers to the online cloud services. But then over time, the question came in, is this thing safe? Then over time, there are so many ways on how the cloud can be infiltrated, which is right now we have a field in security called cloud security that just deals with that. How can the cloud be hacked? So how else you can support these teams? Again, I'll go back to that topic of training the technical teams. There needs to be a lot of teamwork between management and the technical people. Make sure that the technical people have oversee of what's happening, what are the expectations, what are the budgets, and all these things. And then the technical people know what the board is expecting. You know, what are the limitations? What are some of the things that the company wants to achieve? And I think I don't want to talk much, but basically those would like really help. And also he talked about the gap analysis. We call it penetration testing. Basically, companies hacking in. What a penetration testing is intentionally hacking a system or a network to find vulnerabilities. So such things should be implemented for organizations on a continuous basis, so that we know this system is out of date, this needs to be updated, and you need this kind of tool.
Very good. Please.
Thank you. I'm going back to the MC's earlier question is, these layers of management, how do the technical people get information to senior decision makers quickly and get decisions that they can then act on to deal with any threats that have been identified? The challenge is a lot of companies, organizations are not prepared, and therefore, if I talk of public sector in Kenya, everything is budgeted for on an annual basis. So you cannot spend any money that's not in the budget. It doesn't matter what has happened. If it's not in the budget, it's not in the budget. So you can't say, oh, we now have an incident, and we now need to spend 100 million, that money is simply not there. You'd have to go even as high as Treasury to get approval. And that, does not happen overnight. The threat would have, the damage would have been done. So if I pick an organization which shall remain anonymous for now, who got attacked recently, and every year they try to budget, the ICT department try to budget or to get approval for budget for firewalls and cyber tools and training. And every year it was cut back or cut down to zero, because the management don't really understand the risk. And there's no, and the reason for that is that we don't really, we're a safe country, and we don't have enemies, many enemies I should say. And so we don't have a security culture. If you go to Israel, everyone is alert all the time because they're under threat, under attack. So they have to innovate. They have to have budgets ready. They have to respond in zero time, because they're living in a heightened state of of awareness in terms of the threats that they face. We don't have that culture here. So it is culture that has to be trained. People have to be trained. Organizations, management need to be trained to understand that things have changed. You will find a parastatal that spends 600 million every year on security guards to just stand at gates and at doors on all their buildings, and and then someone will come in from Ukraine, access their system and kill the whole organization. But they're happy to spend the 600 million on the guards and the dogs, but they will not spend 1 million on cyber training. So it's an issue of culture. And so the first step that needs to happen is business continuity planning needs to be embedded in organization. Because when you do a business continuity plan, you identify what is going to stop the business from doing business as usual. And then you start to identify, okay, there's risks of cyber. For power companies, for instance, US power companies are well aware of cyber attacks in power, that shut down power stations, and you lose power. We've not experienced that in Kenya. I think here the biggest threat is monkeys. But in the US and other countries, they have cyber attackers who access their power plants and shut them down. So whole towns go without power. Hospitals have been shut down by cyber attackers. So if you don't anticipate these things and what you will do in the event of such an attack coming to pass, then you will never be prepared. So it's our preparation, I think, is the key. The gap analysis is one tool that you use to identify your weak points and then plan for how you close the gap, and where you cannot close the gap, guarantee 100% coverage, then you prepare now, how do we move on beyond the attack? So off-site storage of data, identifying critical data that needs to be separated from the main data, training the employees on basic cybersecurity skills and what to watch out for. Of course, management must be trained. Executives must have awareness training, and I would encourage companies in this space to offer free. All you have to do is a presentation. You don't have to really hold a training session like this. You write to a company like KenGen. They will be happy for you to come and present to the board for 30 minutes and say, these are the threats that are out there. These are the threats that companies like yours face in the market, and we can assist to, help you identify these threats and put measures in place that can protect you against these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for that contribution. Now you see the gaps are not only for the techies. The gaps are for everyone. Everyone needs training. I'm just saying, I'm not telling my boss that he needs training, but he actually needs training. But before I can tell him that he needs training, we need to train the techies, the individuals dealing with cybersecurity, on two things. One, communication. If you do not know how to communicate with your superiors or management, or you don't know how to write reports, you might not be understood. You need to simplify. So you need to be trained on communication. Continuous training on ethics, we had it yesterday. Somewhere, somehow, you are a good ethical hacker, but then because of frustration in the organization that you're working, you become a bad hacker. For example, there are scenarios that have happened. The organization didn't have handover procedures when someone gets fired. So because you disagreed with your boss and you got fired, and there was no clear communication on who or what, when, you go out. You become a bad hacker. You hack the organization that fired you because you're revenging. Yeah. How can you fire me? The guy that came, he's not better than me, or whoever has ethics. We need continuous training on our people. We need to learn communication. What else do we need to do to empower these teams? Apart from the technical things that happen, what else can we do to empower the teams that secure our systems? Professor?
Short one, just wanted to talk about your boss. I'll go back to something a little bit different. Every organization I've visited, and I'm sorry to say this, the IT guy is always an odd guy who has a kitambi. And the guy who does the work is always a university student or a trainee. In every organization I go, I find the guys running around with a RJ45 cables and pulling the cables are not the young guys who have the passion. They are the people who have Django in Mlolongo and they are trying to finish, and that's what they are always doing. Most of the organization I go to, and I'm sitting in multiple, I'm sitting on almost 15 boards of key financial institutions in this country. I tell them, get a younger IT guy. They ask me, what do you mean? Just make him an assistant IT guy, put him in the board. Let him sit and listen to the discussions you're having in the board. It's very necessary that you have somebody who is passionate about what they do, running your organization. Whether you are a leader here, whether you are a student here, I don't expect a 40-year-old guy to be walking around with a 65-year-old mama, and they say they are building their future. The same thing in technology. The young guys have the time and the brains and the research. And they will hack you if you don't support them. And they will leave your organization. They're always looking for jobs even though they have a job. So the best way is put them in the highest office in your organization. Let them listen to what decisions you are making of investments, of developments, of whatever decision you are making. Bring in young guys who are passionate about what they are doing. The best hackers are not people who went to school, I'm sorry to say. They are people who did it passionately. The best IT managers are not people who went to school. They are guys who went to finish one degree. They don't even want to do masters. They want to do what my friend here, Kirui, said. They are looking at the opportunity. They can make quick money and move forward. I'm sorry to say this. My son is in this campus, and when he was in second year, he has already a company called Bygones. I don't know what he does with it, but I saw him get a check. And I told him, now from today, I'm not supporting you anymore. Help yourself. Guys seated here are passionate about what they do. It's just we are not giving them the opportunity to do it. And that's the first way you can calm the cases whereby even to approach a boss. I know IT managers of banks who sleep in the bank, working at night, and wake up in the morning, they go and steam up and come back to work at 9. Those are people who are passionate. The organizations are run by demotivated people, and they want to be motivated, and there's no one to motivate them. They want to be paid more, like my friend behind you said. You pay someone more, and he's not delivering more. it doesn't work. Just get young guys and get them involved with the organization and give them positions. Director of critical infrastructure. Give them those positions. They are there. Director of information critical infrastructure. They will deliver results. Director of healthcare insurance critical infrastructure. They will deliver. Don't give head of IT finance, end of IT finance. And they sit in the board, they will sleep even when they are at the board. Let's get out of let's give the opportunity to the people who will deliver 23 hours out of 24. And don't pay them a lot. Because they are delivering it for passion. That's what will change organizations. And that's why you'll have, 2019 I saw a newspaper cutting says, hackers are giving bank managers sleepless nights. That's when my career changed.
Very good. Empowering, please clap for. The teams need to be empowered. Do you have a comment on that?
I think pretty much everything has been said, but I'll just second maybe something that has been mentioned, around definitely communication across the teams, across the team and management, which is very important. Is also mentioned about motivation, and it's true. The best hackers are not the people with the degrees, and I'm not saying if you have that, you're not good at what you do, but what security is all about, it's really about passion and a lot of motivation, because for sure the bad guys are not sleeping. They're not waiting on that degree for them to hack you or that master's. So for them, they're goal-oriented, and about maybe one last thing I would say about empowering the teams. Very important. There's something he has mentioned about getting into a room and just getting into a company and just knowing who the IT person is, They're always in T-shirts and very relaxed people, and it's not a bad thing. But I think what needs to be done, and what maybe everyone, maybe the stakeholders, he has mentioned, I know we have people in government here, there are many talents out there. People are actually willing to do this thing and be in security and help companies be safe. Yeah, I think that's like it in a nutshell.
Very good. We are going to take a different perspective in terms of empowerment, and we are talking to the academia. This is my point of view. This is a young person who does not have money to enroll for a whole degree program, but they are very good in what they do. Why can't I just walk to the university and I enroll for 2 units or 2 modules on law? Because I have to be exposed to, you do not qualify because you got a D. And for you to enroll for one subject in law, to understand business law, you must enroll for that law program. Why can't I just walk to an institution and say, I am a hacker, but I want to understand business. I just want 2 units in business education. How can the institution empower people to learn more, to build the skills in cybersecurity? You see, our institutions are so like tunnel. I can't study what I want because I have to qualify. I'm studying IT. I can't go to any other department and enroll for a subject. Or I'm outside there, I do not have enough money. I cannot be allowed to gradually register for this program, and I do it as long as I feel I have gotten enough, because I don't probably need the degree. You see? the academia now is going to be on my case, but that is my point of view. You can empower these young people by changing how we look at education in general and full, and the training element of it. Anyone who agrees or disagrees with me? This one I'm curious, before I go to the panelists, from the audience and especially students, what is your view? Anyone? No one has ever wanted to do something else from what they're enrolled to do? Yes.
Thank you. I think I will answer that because I'm also a student of life. So I agree with you partially and not fully. Reason being certifications, degree, master's, doctorate, any other certifications that you take over a duration of time, it does not just give you skills to progress your career. What it does, we need people who can be able to show and prove consistency. We need people who can be able to trust as an institution that this is a wholesome person that we have certified, whichever, be it a 2-month course or a 1-month course. In the capacity I am in, we do certify, that is in cybersecurity. And I cannot be comfortable releasing someone to the public for consumption after 2 days. I have to consistently take you through a course and make sure that you have qualified over the duration that we have agreed, and be confident, of course, representing the company and the whole country, that this person is truly viable and according to the best way I can, that this person can be able to deliver. So it's more of consistency, because it will be very bad you get someone today, then tomorrow they leave the company. So we need someone that you can be able to release to the public, that we have proven their consistency is proven. So it's more of not just the the academic perspective. I'm speaking as both academia and in the industry. So it's more of, is this person consistent? Can this person deliver? Is our certificate valid in terms of, can we defend it? Can we put our life against it? So it's more of that than just, it's a 4-year course, take it. That is my own opinion.
Final take.
Okay. Wow. With regards to that, my take is that I can say that I partially agree with you that the academia, especially the universities in this country, need to change to some extent so that they can allow, but then therein lies the context, and the context is Kenya. You and I live in this country, and we know that somewhat Kenyans are obsessed with the collection of certificates. Somebody wants to have a wheelbarrow full of certificates, but they cannot actually prove what is in that certificate. So that is what actually promotes the rigidity in academia. Here we are at the University of Nairobi. We pride ourselves with the university. Why do we do that? Because we would want you to go out there and prove the worth of the certificate that you have. So the risk that we have is twofold, of course, locking out somebody who is naturally talented, has the skills, and can actually go prove themselves, because of the many others who will potentially come and say, you see, I sat for XYZ certificate at the University of Nairobi for the sake of going to look for a position which they cannot defend. So I honestly think that if that were to happen, then the universities must also put in mechanisms in place rather than, I mean, this mechanism must be outside passing of exams. Universities might be forced to come up with other mechanisms, probably practically assessing your skills, not based on the A's or B's that you'll get, because we know what Kenyans do. We cram overnight and get the A's. So that's the challenge. Nonetheless, I think from what I know and what is going on in this country, then probably your dream is also being championed elsewhere. I see my colleague, Professor Mediti, is here. Professor Mediti and I were involved in the foundations, laying foundations for the Open University of Kenya. And that is the vision of the Open University of Kenya, such that you want just to know something about business, you enroll in Open University of Kenya for a course, and then you are taken through multiple stages and you get that. So, as I said, partly, it's possible, but there are also challenges. So Open University of Kenya is championing that. For the University of Nairobi, it will take time.
Yes. Okay. So I'm just adding a point on this discussion. That what my colleague says rightly, university can give you degree. The institution or some organization can give you some experience certificate. But what he says, if you recall that point, how to communicate. If you have a degree and you don't know how to communicate that degree, how to elaborate yourself, what all capabilities you have, then you cannot achieve whatever you want to achieve. To fill these gaps, bridge gaps, I think they're having the programs. So why that, if you have a degree, now you have completed some certifications, right? If you go for an interview or some seminar or interview, maybe, because after your student life, if you go, how do you prove yourself? Don't you think that sometimes hackers are nothing else? They are one step ahead us. Whatever thing we came to know later, they know it well in advance. And that is why in cyber program, everyone's career, you will go through a bug bounty program. If you address any company's bug well in advance, they'll give you some bounty. And that is why they are encouraging people to learn cybersecurity. To prove yourself, no one else, prove yourself. Yes, I am there, I am capable now. A degree, university degree only classify you, yes, now he's a graduate, he's having a master's, he's having a PhD degree. But think or imagine if you don't know how to communicate those things in a right manner. Will it work? Thank you.
Okay, about I think it's a very good question. I have so much to say, but I'll keep it brief. Maybe I can just ask, how many of us here are students? Maybe just by the show of hand. Okay, how many want to get into security? Or you have started getting an idea of what security is all about? Just by the show of hand, quite a good number. So, how I'll answer that question is very brief. School will not teach you everything, especially for security. There are so many certifications, you might have that degree, and I think it's something my colleagues have mentioned around being good on papers, but not being good when it comes to the actual job. So how do you know, how do you ensure that you're fit or you are ready for the job market? Always take that extra step. to learn a few things in security. Because even if you take a certification, like I mentioned, security is quite vast. It's a very wide field. And there are so many sectors, if I may use that word, or so many facets to it. The application security, network security, cloud security, all these facets to it. What that means is you might not learn everything, even if you take a degree, even if you take a master's. There will always be that aspect of you taking that extra step to understand things. My colleague has mentioned about bug bounties, a good platform for you to learn and also earn money. There are things we call CTFs, capture the flag competitions, where you hack in a simulated environment to get flags. Participate in that as well. What that does is, because right now I know companies that use CTFs as an interview. So you can imagine you have all the papers and everything good in writing, but you can't really prove this is what you are able to do. So security will always have in that aspect of constant learning and constant training. So the question about academia and if it's possible, I wish it was possible. If you want to understand security law, I could just get a 2 weeks course and have that, you know. But basically, that's what I would encourage everyone to, if you really want to get into this field, even if you are in this field, know that the learning will never stop. You'll always be learning and learning and learning, and make sure you put your skills into work. And how do you do that? Join, even if you're in the workspace, even if you're a student, join security communities. And you have quite a number here in Kenya. We have besides Nairobi, we have SheHacks, which I'm a part of. We have Africa Hackon. All these communities, join them, interact. As I got in, someone was mentioning about socializing and building networks. Very important. Because it's from that you'll even have mentors, someone who will give you a guideline on how to get into this field and actually know what you want to do. Lastly, to be in security, even if you're here and you don't have a security degree or a technical degree, it's still possible for you to be in this field. Even if you're in another field in tech and you want to move into security, very much possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we know security is many things. It's not just technical. There is so much about cybersecurity, training, and education. Okay, thank you very much. Please clap for myself first, and then my panelists second. Thank you, panelists. It is because I'm remaining on stage while you are exiting. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we are going to have Stephen. Stephen Kariuki. Stephen Kariuki promised a difference yesterday, and he requested, and thank you for attending this session, because specifically he would have been disappointed if you didn't show up.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Kariuki. I was here yesterday. Today, I'm wearing the hat of, that is the cap, Profit Up. I've been working for them for quite some time. And as we speak, maybe before I continue, I want to acknowledge the presence of CEO Profit Up virtually. all the way from Netherlands, together with his team. I'm sure they are watching. And today, basically, the topic that I was given to speak about is a technical topic, and I'll try as much as possible, as Rajesh has said, try to make sure that I can actually communicate to the audience. I will really try to do that. One of the speakers who was here has just mentioned that there are quite a number of areas in cybersecurity, and I agree with that. And until, like, say, 4 or 5 years ago, that is when I came to realize which area I'll actually pick and make it my passion to continue in that area. And what I did is basically out of an experience that I got. A few years back, I was given a contract somewhere, microfinance, to do an audit on their core banking system. It was basically a SACCO. And what had happened is that they had lost quite a number of coins, running into millions of shillings, and they actually wanted to know where the problem is. So when I got there, I looked at the devices, did a Q&A with the employees there, with the IT department, and so forth. It got to a point whereby I wanted to audit the source code of the core banking system. And as you might expect, I simply got the very same answer that Azimio got during the last general elections. It is true, in our last general election, one party was aggrieved, and they went to court, and the court said, you who are the respondents, give these guys the source code. And what happened is that the company that was already mandated to provide IBC's system said, well, this is our own property. This is our intellectual property. It is protected by law. And if at all you want to simply understand what is actually happening in your system, you have the logs. So go find the logs, go find the firewall logs, go find your switches logs, try to figure out something from that particular point. We'll not give you this source code simply because we feel it will be a security risk because there are other organizations that are actually using the same. And I believe the story continued, and up to date, we are still having this issue of we still want the server to be opened. That's the status of that particular case as of now. So in my case, I had to make sure that I give answers to this circle. And I tried to figure out how do I get to understand how this application works. Does it encrypt data? Does it use the right cryptographic methods to encrypt that particular data? And while I was just perusing YouTube, I came across an application that most of us, we know it, but you actually don't understand the capability of that particular application. That is an application referred to as Wireshark. We are all aware of that, isn't it? In fact, if at all you are any network engineer from a very small organization, maybe a small IT department that is having a LAN of like 10 computers, to an industrial control system that is controlling gas, energy grids, and so on, you have to understand Wireshark. Basically helps you to understand what is happening between point A and point B. So I picked up my Wireshark. I was able to create a connection between my client and the server, created a man-in-the-middle attack, captured everything that was going on, and it is from that particular point we realized they were in a very, very, very bad shape. So later on, we had to find a way of making sure that we set a trap. And I can tell you today, we've been taught so much about HTTPS. And every other time that we visit the internet, so long as you have the S, then you are assured that that data is actually encrypted. Well, it is not. So in one way or another, we found out where the problem was. That data was actually not encrypted. The usernames, the passwords were not encrypted. So somebody within the organization just planted Wireshark inside one of those guys' machines. And that is how they got actually the credentials. And at the end of the day, the credentials that were being used made somebody to go home. These were stolen credentials. So from that day, I decided to look at cybersecurity from a protocol and packet analyst perspective. So what I do on a daily basis is basically look at your domain or your core banking system or whatever system it is. I just need to understand the protocols that you're using. When I look at the protocols that you're using, trust you me, I'll be able to actually get an understanding of what is actually happening. Coming back to Africa, I'm hoping the banking industry is here, the telecommunication industry is here. I bleed when I see the kind of protocols they are using. HTTPS, sure, it is there. But maybe in my slides, we will look at that particular bit. So before I continue, I just want to, because I was asked to simply talk about does your SOC, or maybe it was basically, is your SOC really a modern SOC? I was given that particular topic, but maybe before I continue, I just want to play this video. And it is basically one of the solutions. Yesterday there was a speaker who actually asked, how do we integrate AI into solutions, and how do those solutions help us to actually make insight about the data or the traffic that we actually have? So this is one of the components that we have as ProfitUp. It's just a 2-minute video. Just watch it, and then from there we continue with all this.
Networks are the backbone of mission-critical operations for many industries. However, identifying the root cause of a network issue in today's complex and distributed networks can make network analysts feel like looking for a needle in a haystack. ProfitUp IOTA is a powerful all-in-one network capture and analysis solution designed to quickly and reliably trace network issues from the edge to the core. The IOTA lineup consists of high-speed core models, portable edge models, and the IOTA CM centralized device management system. With the edge models delivering insight into branch offices, the core models offer higher capture performance suited for core networks, large branches, and data center deployments. Large IOTA deployments can be easily monitored using the IOTA CM centralized management application. Either remote or on-site, IOTA is relied upon globally to reduce mean time to resolution, MTTR, and keep business-critical applications running as smoothly as possible. From a bird's-eye view to packet level, IOTA is here to support and scale with you. To learn more about network troubleshooting and analysis with IOTA, visit profitap.com/IOTA.
Okay, so thank you very much. That very last bit on something to do with pickups is exactly what I wanted us to actually capture in this particular presentation. So I was asked, is your SOC really a modern SOC? And I tried to figure out how do I answer this particular question. And what came in my mind is to identify some of the things that I believe, to identify some of the things that I believe your SOC should be doing. And some of these things, maybe you can go to the next slide. Does your SOC do the following things? I don't know how many of us have sat somewhere on a training environment or in a class or in a conference, or maybe the government wakes up one day and says, you really need to identify or to differentiate between your normal traffic and your abnormal traffic? How many of us have heard that question somewhere? That you really need to identify or to differentiate between your normal traffic from your abnormal traffic, so that the moment you actually have anything that is actually abnormal, then you'll actually be able to react. In most cases, that particular question has been posed. But again, in most cases, it has not actually been asked, or explained how to do it. So the first thing that we tend to do is something referred to as network baselining. And what I believe is that any modern SOC team today need to do network baselining. Please, let's go to the next slide. We need to do something referred to as network baselining. What is this network baselining? We will get in between your router or your ISP and your switch. We'll put a device inside there. And in this case, I'll take, for instance, the example of that device that we have just mentioned, the IOTA there. We will capture every data that is coming in, and then we copy and paste it inside a disk that is inside there, and allow it to move to wherever it was actually going. So initially, the setup would be your internet service provider, your switch, your LAN. So in this case, we want to have your internet service provider, the IOTA, sometimes they're referred to as taps, and then into your switch. And then you allow the following things to move. From that particular point, you'll be able to understand quite a number of things over a period of time. For instance, where are my users visiting? Where are these clients that are inside this particular LAN visiting? They are going to Facebook, they are going to Google Chrome, they are going to YouTube, they are going to all those applications. So you are creating a rough idea of where most of your devices visit. How much of data goes out and comes in over a particular period of time? How much bandwidth is actually consumed in that particular period? In fact, I also want to understand how much bandwidth is consumed per PC, per application. You know, internet service providers will come and tell you, no, especially those institutions that are using VSAT, by the way. You know, here, when we are in Nairobi, we have taken things for granted that there are some organizations that still require internet, but they have to use VSAT. And that VSAT is quite expensive. So when the internet service provider tells them, you have used 10 gig this month, is it true? Do you have data to show that you have actually used this 10 gig or 20 gig or whatever it is? Which DNS servers am I using? I want to give you an example, for instance. You have always heard of this issue that it is always the server, it is always the DNS. If I want to go and visit Facebook right now, most probably my phone's browser has cached it. So I want to move out of the browser. If not, most probably my machine, the device itself, has cached it. If it is not there, I will end up to the internet service router, and so and so and so forth. But there's a likelihood I'll never get to the origin server of Facebook. Why? Because we are caching all over. So my question is, which DNSs do I use for my business applications? Which DNS IP do I use? I should be seeing them somewhere. HTTP connections. One of the malware that we have called the iced malware drops payload into networks on HTTP connections. How much HTTP connection do I have in my network going out and coming in? I really need to understand that. Microburst experienced. What is this? The moment, assuming that you actually use 2 gig, 3 gig on a daily basis, so you have already created a small baseline. Supposingly you have 10 gig at a certain period of time, maybe at night. The following day in the evening, you have 20 gig going out. I want to understand, what is this that is going out? What is this that is actually coming in? That is basically why we actually need to look at packets, and that is why I asked all of you yesterday to simply go and look at what packets contain. And you realize that packets contain 3 areas, or maybe there are 3 sections: the header, the payload, and the trailer. On the header, you have the port, the protocol, the source, and the destination IP. On the payload is what is being carried. On the payload is what is actually being carried. On the trailer is the flow control. When this data was moving from point A to point B, did it experience any hitches? Were there modifications? For instance, one of the modifications that we would see is any other device has a very unique number called the MAC address. And that number doesn't change. So long as it has changed, then the data was modified along the way. In fact, the mother of internet, a very good lady, Redia Palman, says it ought not to have been called MAC address, but MAC ID, because an address changes so long as you change location, but an ID won't. So if I am monitoring my data and I see changes of MAC addresses, something is amiss. Something is amiss. So any modern SOC today, if you don't do baselinings, take for instance in financial institutions, the period maybe between April, May, and June might not be as busy as maybe from October, November, December, January, and we all know why. So you cannot baseline in January, umalizie April, and then you say you are contented with that particular data, and then you can actually now decide I'll be doing, that is okay with me. Baselining is a continuous process. And it is as simple as staying in between the paths of the packets. And using AI, yesterday we were actually discussing that, using AI and metadata analysis to help us get insights about that particular data. So my device here will be able to simplify that information and give me that information in terms of graphs. This is where you went, this is the match that was going on, and so on. A few weeks ago, by the way, I used the same device on a microfinance, and we were trying to understand how much bandwidth they tend to use in between different period of times. Well, some things you get very unexpected things. We connected the device around 7 a.m. in the morning. Around lunch hour, we were actually checking on the results. Guess what? You go to applications, and then you find 200 MB used of TIDA. What does that tell you? I mean, it is Monday morning. You came to work, but you're on TIDA. How screwed can your love life be, by the way? Because on Monday morning, Friday maybe in the evening you would understand you want to go and have your own sherehes there, and you're trying to find a mate or something, but Monday morning, and then the device gives you the IP location of the machine that is actually using that particular Tinder. So you continue profiling that particular individual. So you will be able to understand quite a number of things that are actually happening on your network so long as you actually have baseline. So any modern SOC that you actually have outside there, that is the first thing that you need to do. And if at all you don't do that, you will never know when it's being exfiltrated because everything looks normal to you. And by the way, University of Nairobi's traffic will be very abnormal to, let's say, Equity, let's say to Safaricom, let's say to the other organization. Each organization has its own unique needs. From that particular point, we do network monitoring, inspection, and profiling. Network monitoring, inspection, and profiling. Now, I know most of you will ask, which tools will you be using to do this? And a discussion has been in this podium talking about African solutions. I'll slightly differ on that. And it's not because I am affiliated to a Dutch company. No. I'll give you the facts. If you head to GitHub, you will find solutions there that have actually been developed by individuals. For instance, there is a solution there that is called JA4, the last one that is here, and I will speak maybe about them later, JA4 plus. And somebody has talked about bug hunting. One of the things that you can actually do in bug hunting is trying to understand when this data is being exfiltrated and heading out, where is it heading? On that server that it is heading, we tend to refer to that particular server as a C2, a command and control server. JA3 and JA3S and JA34, maybe you can Google them, they are tools that help us to find those C2s. By the way, any time that I use my phone or my laptop and I want to connect to a server somewhere, my phone generates a certain very specific hash algorithm before it gets out. And when the server is coming back, it also says, this is mine. So when I get a different one, then I know I am talking to a different person. So if at all you have TrickBot, Lockbit, all these types of malwares, they'll produce the same hashing algorithm. And that is why if at all you have been ransomed, don't pay fast. Visit, I have like 2 websites. Visit cisa.gov, stopransomware.gov. They have already identified some of these lockbits and TrickBot malwares. So if at all you are ransomed, you need to visit that website first because they have already created your decryption key in that particular environment. So somebody sat somewhere, came up with JA4, an improvement of JA3 to identify these C2s. And what he has done, he has just posted it on GitHub so that if at all you want to implement it on your product, then you can actually purchase a license from them. That is the way that I would actually maybe support if at all we talk about development of African solutions. And again, for global usage. Radio Palman developed STP. All of us, we know what STP is, isn't it? Sindio? Spanning Tree Protocol. I think in 2000 or around that time. Every switch today uses STP to do loop-free connectivity. Supposingly she decided, okay, this is mine, and nobody will actually use it. So I want to encourage you, let us look at this legal perspective of how we can actually come up with, yes, an algorithm, a code that will be able to do something, but we can actually commercialize the same for global usage. Let us not confine ourselves in a situation whereby we are saying we come up with an African solution for our own African problems. Cybersecurity is a global issue. Today, we can actually come up with solutions that will be able to assist the rest. We have very good people from Israel. We have already been told about Cyber Warrior and so on. We are using those particular products here. So I believe it is a discussion on what can we do. Somebody said that today we are not securing computers or data. We are securing the society. If I know very well that somebody will penetrate into my network, and there is a solution there from, let's say, Asia, why wouldn't I go for that particular device? I will. So I want to encourage us, let us identify gaps that exist. Let us come up with solutions to the same. Let us commercialize those solutions. That would actually be my pick in that particular environment. So number 2, any SOC team must do network monitoring, inspection, and profiling. I need to decrypt data. Yes, it seems a little bit technical. It is not. It is not. In fact, such tools as Wireshark and TCP dump, for those people who are using Linux, they'll be able to actually decrypt for you that particular data. They'll be able to decrypt for you that particular data. We want to understand which are the cryptographic suits that are being used. Today, for instance, Microsoft has said, I think in September 2023, we are discontinuing the use of TLS 1.0, 1.1. Those are cryptographic suits ziko na hapo nyuma kidogo. Why? Because we have already identified problems in them. Now, you still have your Windows 2012, Windows Server 2012, that is still using TLS 1.2, TLS 1.2. Mbona, sorry, 1.1. Mbona hautakuwa hacked? So we have to decrypt the data. We have to look at the cryptographic suits. We have to talk to our vendors, fix this issue, because those vulnerabilities exist. By the way, not once or twice. I've sat with my machine using OSINT, and I've seen very many organizations here in Kenya, by the way, including banking systems, using TLS 1.2, TLS 1.1. I keep on telling God, you just wait for that fight until we sort out our mess here. Because if these people decide to descend on us, we will be colonized once again. That is for sure, by the way. We need to look at authentication methods. Every other system today has to authenticate you in a way. Again, I get into institutions. We are still using LDAP, a 1990 kind of authentication method. We are using NTLM, again the same. Where we are on a protocol referred to as Kerberos. And that is why you see now, when I was talking about trying to understand how protocols work, they help you to understand how safe you are. So these are some of the protocols that you cannot continue using. So if at all your systems are using Kerberos, well and good. If at all you're using NTLM, well, you're on borrowed time. HTTP versions in use. And by the way, this one also goes to the software developers here. You guys are developing very superb softwares. You're developing very nice softwares. The only place that you're actually failing is not understanding how data will be moved between devices by the various available protocols that you have. Nearly 80% of banks today, many of those CISOs would actually sit here in this auditorium. 80% of them are actually using a protocol called HTTP1, HTTP 1.0, HTTP 1.1. Not only is it slow, it consumes too much of your bandwidth. It transmits in plain text. It's just off. So if at all you are developing applications, you also need to understand that application will not reside on a server alone. Data will have to be moved. And if that data has to be moved, HTTP will be used along the way. So which one are we using? The latest one that we actually have is called HTTP3. Hii lingine imekuwa katikati hapo, it's called HTTP2. And that HTTP2, the other day it suffered a kind of a vulnerability on DDoS. And you see, even when we talk about DDoS, you also need to understand that the protocols that we're actually using sometimes fuel that particular DDoS. So DDoS will not simply be bots sitting somewhere and being told run and bombard on the other end. The person who is actually doing that will first look at the protocol that you're actually using. The firewalls that we keep on talking about here, we also need to be a bit careful what type of firewall we are talking about. There will be firewalls that will actually have IP, or let me just call them rules, static rules. Angalia hii IP, allow it. Angalia hii IP, allow it. Not bothering what that IP is carrying. It could have been compromised along the way. So we are going to what we refer to as stateful firewalls. But again, if at all you go to the stateful firewalls, we give them so much tasks, sometimes performance goes off. And that is why we have to have a special device maybe for looking at the statefulness of these packets that you actually have. So HTTP versions play a very great role when it comes to performance of networks and the security bit of that particular network. Increase in outbound zipped data. You know, a malware will come in, and you have an intrusion detection system or an IPS. But even the hackers are also clever. The size of DNS maximally is around 500 bytes. Firewall doesn't care about DNS, just allows it to come in, unless you have DNS over HTTPS. So what happens? What the ransomware will do, when it gets into your network, it will start to exfiltrate the data, but in small bits. Kumbuka, when we were doing network baselining, we agreed that we have to look at these micro bursts. Sometimes you might not get them, but still data is being exfiltrated. Why? Because the guy who is doing the ransomware is exfiltrating data using small bits, small bits, small bits. So we need to look at what is this data that is heading out from a particular machine and it is zipped. Do we send zipped data outside really? No, we don't. So this one looks abnormal to us. So you need to go and investigate on the same. The same case applies to SSH. We have heard of the LastPass attacks. Somebody was talking about password vaults yesterday here, where you have network administrators accessing servers, maybe to do updates, but maybe they are basically located elsewhere from where the physical server is. And along the way, somebody intercepts the same and gets those very juicy RDP credentials and does whatever he wants to do with the same. So we also need to look at what are those SSH keys doing? What is this that they're bringing in? What is that they're actually bringing out? We need to look at where by the way, especially part where are PCs connecting to and where am I receiving much of my data from? This goes to e-commerce industries. You have Jumia. Where are most of your customers located? If I told them they are located, let's say, in Europe, then expect more traffic from there. That device that we have actually just seen here has the capability of giving you the physical location of the IP in a map, kind of a laid out map, so that you'll be able to see from where they're coming from. If most of my customers are located in India, if most of my customers are in Kenya, then I should be seeing traffic to and fro around that particular geographic position. If that is not actually happening, then I'm receiving data from somewhere else. I had a case just within the month where an institution's systems had been converted into bots. And what was actually happening is one of the clients, let me just talk of one of the clients, was sending an ICMP request. By the way, what does an ICMP do? ICMP inafanya nini? File transfer, ICMP. Ping, isn't it? So it was basically pinging, this client was actually pinging a public IP outside. And when that public IP comes in, it comes with a set of requests. I want you to continue pinging the following IPs. When you get the results, send them back to me. But they are simply communicating via an ICMP. So what is that saying? I'm talking to, by the way, that IP was physically located in China. In China, I have not initiated pings there. There's nobody I'm transacting with there. What is this IP actually doing in my network? It is from that particular point I need to isolate that particular PC and look at the entire network and see exactly whether that particular issue is actually happening to the rest of my machines. But so long as my device was already installed and I do a filter on ICMP, then I should be in a position to see all the ICMP coming in and going out. Sometimes it's about being proactive. Otherwise, even if you have a CM, na iku alert there is already a created admin account, it's too late. You would want to first see who is this initiating these ICMPs and where they're actually heading to. So it is my belief that every other organization will be able to actually do that particular bit. So we need to monitor and inspect. On the issue of profiling is where I was actually talking about hunting C2s using those particular processes. And there are quite a number of them. And by the way, a tool like Wireshark has already incorporated JA3 and JA3S. And by the way, I will surprise you, JA4. In fact, I developed these slides almost like 4 days ago. But I knew JA4 exists. And we have a discussion, we usually have a discussion somewhere on what we are expecting to have in the near future in as far as Wireshark is concerned. And I requested whether we'll actually be, or I asked a question, whether we'll actually be having JA4 plus. And somebody responded, yes, we will be having it very soon. Actually, yesterday when I left here is when I realized it has actually been introduced into the same. So these are also communities that you can actually support. And you realize, like for instance, Wireshark is an open source tool, but it has a whole lot of backing. The kind of idea that we have here, that we want to have a research center for cybercrime. But we actually have to have backing because, yes, we would want to actually do these conferences once in a while. Or we'd actually want to have that research center. But do we have enough backing? Yet we actually have a major problem that is actually facing us. So it is important that we actually identify those community environments, and maybe we support them in one way or another. Number 3, does your SOC do the following? Now, continuous TCP/IP training. Somebody might feel like I'm now becoming so basic. Yesterday I mentioned that I am also affiliated with Murang'a University. And like a month ago, they invited me to speak something on a program that they are about to launch, most probably next year. I really don't want to give so much details. And it's around forensics. And they wanted to hear my opinion on what they would actually introduce in that particular program. And when we sat, quite a number of us, I proposed we need to have TCP/IP1 and TCP/IP2 being taught at 3.1 and 3.2, that program. And somebody asked, what are you talking about? We introduced this thing around either introduction to computer networks or network design and implementation somewhere. We just introduced it somewhere. But let me tell you this, and this is for that person who wants to become a blue teamer or a red teamer. There are very many CMs outside there. Suricata, Snort, Openverse, all of them, there are quite a number of them. You will not be able to drive any of this if at all you actually don't have a good understanding of TCP/IP. If you are to simply go, for instance, in a mechanic environment, whereby they are being taught about how cars work, how to repair them, they will not start by showing you the models of the car. They will simply tell you this is a piston, this is a crankshaft, this is how it works. Much of what has actually not changed in the cyber environment or in the computing environment is TCP/IP. Is TCP/IP. If we want to encrypt, for instance, data, how we do the encryption on web-based systems using HTTPS will be very different from how we actually do it on an SSH environment. Very different from IoT. The cryptographic suits that we have, they'll have to be carried in one way or another. They'll have to be exchanged. What does that? TCP/IP. I mean, we have 65,000 possible ports. Those 65,000 possible ports can have anything running in any of them. Ayana, I think there's somebody from Ayana who actually spoke yesterday, has already reserved one to port number 1024. And they said 23 is Telnet, 53 is DNS, 443 is HTTPS, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So if you really want to understand the concept of actually what is actually happening, because I think we have so much talked about the issue of cybercrime, we have really not talked about the issue of forensics, because we are talking about it is when, not if. So it has happened. How then do we recreate the entire conversation of what happened? Ama tukichapwa tu tunasema, okay, sawa, kesho tununue firewall. That would be a very reactive way of doing things. We would want to understand, for instance, my friends in Azimio, when they felt that, for instance, somebody somewhere was actually intercepting the data, is there a way we can help the country to settle that issue by going back, tracing back to where they maybe they set their claim? It is very possible. It is very possible. And the only way that we'll actually do that is we store packets. So TCP/IP is the backbone of the internet, and it is not changing, at least for now. We actually have to have a grip about it. So I proposed we have TCP/IP1 and 2, and sure, by the way, we did. We have a stack of 10 protocols. Let's say in TCP/IP1, we learn what is HTTP. I've just mentioned we have HTTP1, 2, and 3 today. Most of us never knew the same. We don't know how Telnet works. Yet most of the organizations are using telnets, carrying data in plain text. How will you not be hacked if at all you're using the introduction to internet protocols, if I may call them that? Microsoft keeps on telling us, switch SMB1 protocol that is actually used to connect PCs and Windows Server. Everybody is on SMB1. If you go back and look at how SolarWinds was actually affected, the major cyber attack that we actually had that made the entire world, by the way, go almost nuts is the SolarWinds. And after that, we realize, or maybe they realize, basically the issue of SMB1. So at the end of the day, protocols mean a lot because they are the ones that create those regulations. They're the ones that create the rules. So we really need to understand what is actually happening there. So I would urge, by the way, even those guys who are developing the system, maintaining them, managing them in very major organizations or in other organizations, TCP/IP is key. Keep on refreshing about that particular environment. The other one is storing pickup files. Those CMs that I have mentioned there, Suricata, OpenVAS, PRTG, SolarWinds, all of them, they have a provision to store pickup files. Because not only do those pickup files, now a pickup file is basically a collection of the packets that you have captured over a period of time. Every packet means something. It has the source, the destination, the protocol, the port, the payload size. It has the buffer it is actually using. It has what it is actually carrying. So that means at the end of the day, you only need to go back to that particular point in time when we felt that this is when the attack happened. And then you start tracing back exactly what actually happened. So in most of these cases, you are finding that in as much as we want to do cybercrime, we also want to do forensics bit of it because we want to prosecute somebody. So I also invite this discussion on the legal fraternity. We have seen it play very out in court, where the judges, I remember, I think the first case that we had was in 2013, when the then CJ Mutunga said, you need to give these people access to those servers. And the following day when they came back, the guys from IEBC said, unfortunately, we could not give these guys this, access to the servers because the people that we have actually contracted are in France, and that is where our servers are. So when it is daylight today, here in Kenya, ukoni night. So that is how we lost access to the same. And CJ said, wake up these guys. But the irony of it is that that is a cloud server. Doesn't matter whether it is day or night, raining or sunshine, we have access to our servers. So that issue that I have had discussed here, that the executive also needs to learn a little bit of what is actually happening in the tech field, is very important. Because the entire of this cyber management issue is a multidisciplinary approach. If I cannot be in a position to legally understand my rights in as far as, let's say, IP is concerned or intellectual property is concerned, then how will I drive my point home when I have these kind of issues? So we actually need to store those pickup files. And that is where you'll actually identify the problems that you actually have. So I have seen instances where, take for instance, you have a house. And Mr. MCA might talk on this topic. We talked about passion, so I'm usually passionate on this one, so when time comes, just listen. So you have this house. There is an electric fence. There is a wall. You have a gate. Cameras, IP cameras are all over. You have biometric authentication systems. You have an angry dog there. So it is only you and your family who can actually get into this house. And by the way, you simply get in and the following get out, and we are secure. But unfortunately, one of you ends up connecting his device on an infected LAN, comes back home, gets into the into your house's LAN and infects the entire ecosystem. That particular malware that has gotten inside there decides to first keep mute and start listening and listening and listening and listening. We call it lateral movement. Starts to move from one database to the next, to the next. And most of you, by the way, are not securing, are not encrypting your databases, by the way. If at all your application is not transmitting in an encrypted format, your database is not encrypted also. So it goes all over, takes time, takes time, takes time. And then from there, it starts exfiltrating your data, pole, 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 pole. If maybe you get some luck and identify the problem, between the time it got in and the time that you have already identified, that time we usually refer to it as the dwell time. The amount of time that particular malware lay inside your network. What was it doing? The damage would actually be significant. That is exactly what happened, and I think this discussion was done on Monday, although I was just online, of a hospital in India, the AIIMS hospital, where somebody got in, learned, did very many, learning on what they're actually doing, and then shut down the system. I think people died because you are supposed to be on surgery tomorrow. The doctor doesn't have records. What do we do? The server is off. So it caused panic in that environment. I think one of the main causes, the technical causes, was lack of network segmentation, something that I have experienced almost in quite a number of server rooms that I've visited. You don't want to invest in a managed switch. So you go buying an unmanaged TP-Link switch, and you connect all your 48 computers there. And when the attacker comes there, he has a field day. Why? Because he's able to move from one port to the other port. They are simply broadcasting. Those are some of the small things that you're actually experiencing when we actually go in the field. And that is why we need to make sure these people we are calling the board of directors or the executive understand the implication of looking at so much about the issue of budget and not buying the right devices. In Melbourne, Australia, I think in 2022 or 2021, somebody gets into Medibank. Medibank, they also have a scheme on health, like the same way Equity Afya. And the guys get in, do the same lateral movement, and they exfiltrate data. And then they tell these guys, you guys, you need to pay. Or we will be able to sell this information or display it for public usage or something. The guys go ahead and create two lists from that health data. And one list, they call it good people. Good people are those people who are associated with ailments like diabetes, TB, cancer, arthritis, normal things. But if at all you are, like there was one called now naughty list. Kulikuwa moja ulikuwa unakuta jina yako hapo, namba yako ya simu, all the biodata that is there, and then pale chini imeandikwa cannabis dependent. Drug overdose. HIV/AIDS, we all know maybe some of the associations and so on and so forth. So if I know my friend, oh, this guy has been on cannabis dependent for this time, it creates a society stigma. Luckily for them, that bank, they came through for their customers, they created hotlines. In fact, they even reimbursed, they paid way of providing a solution for the same. So what I want to say is this. If at all you are in a SOC team, the only way to do it is preventive measures. And preventive measures is basically baselining and monitoring. From that particular point is about understanding the architecture of your network. You do that, you will prolong the time when maybe this particular attack will actually happen to you. So I think this is a discussion that we can actually have for quite a long time, because again, time is not within us. just wanted to say those people who are in SOC and you want to actually analyze your data, just visit those guys. They'll actually be able to give you quite insightful information. Thank you very much.
Question and answer later. Thank you. Identity crisis. Yes, today we have identity crisis. Winnie Shira is a skilled business and sales leader. She has interacted with many organizations and she has dealt with many stakeholders. New business development, startups, project management, enterprise technology sales. I mean, she has worked with so many organizations. So she has dealt with so much data. And now, artificial intelligence is here, and it's making it harder to know who is who. Let's welcome Winnie on stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I had made my presentation for a different audience, and I realized these are very technical people, and I'm not technical at all. I actually did university 1 year of technical and quit, and redirected to business. So I will not use my presentation. It's the wrong audience. I thought, as there's a lot of students who are in the building space, maybe trying to get into the job market, perhaps maybe understand more about your fears in reference to getting into the job market. Two, like, my position was very defensive because I sell to banks, financial institutions in terms of data infrastructure. So it's always defensive about why they should buy the product. So you are the builders of the product. I think I will not go ahead with that. Maybe the best would be to make this an interactive session. Ask me questions what maybe I go through when I'm selling AI solutions. Currently, I lead Periculum Business. We build AI solutions for banks, and mostly I've been in data science. So I'm the people who go to the market, then they tell me this is what we want. Then I go to engineering and stress them and tell them to build. So I'm not the friendly person in terms of within the company. So yeah, it would be best to make this interactive than to pitch, or rather to take the defensive position of sales. So back to you. I have a question to make this light. If fraud was a GDP, what number of country will it be? If fraud, that amount, the amount of money lost in fraud would be a GDP of a country, what number do you think it will be? Anybody? I'll buy you lunch. Talk to me, please. And don't Google. 20. 3. Well done. The lady beat you. It's number 3. So a lot of money is lost in fraud, and banks currently are being open-minded to buying AI solutions to mitigate fraud. So any other question in reference to what financial institutions are looking for? I'm ready to take market questions, market-specific questions about AI. Anybody? A microphone to go around? Nobody? Thank you.
In building the solutions you build for banks, are banks willing to share data with you, especially fraud data and other transactions data?
So what I've been doing is selling data solutions specific for credit, machine learning solutions built to be able to reduce MPLs, to also look at uptake. Most of the time, whatever your loan limit you're given really doesn't give a true picture of how much you can afford. So to be able to gauge affordability by using data. In AI, everything is about data. Put bad data, garbage in, garbage out. So banks are becoming more and more open. Two, the challenge has been with cloud-based solutions because of data leakage and lack of trust. So most of the time you're pushed to maybe deploy solutions that are on-prem to avoid data leakage. However, they're open-minded, but the journey is you have to start with a POC. They need to prove it. What he mentioned as a technical person, cybersecurity in terms of SOC, are you compliant? So there's a long hoop of governance before they say yes. But the bigger tier one banks, I'll be specific, like ABSA, is quite open to working with startups to be able to find solutions that work. So yes, slowly it's becoming open-minded about data solutions. Yeah.
I have a question. AI. If you do a search, okay, I did a search, for example, of a beautiful baby. I got a description of a Chinese kind of looking Asian beautiful baby, but I was expecting to find an African beautiful
Did you have
baby.
VPN?
How can we get beautiful babies search on the internet when you do a search of a beautiful baby?
Garbage in, garbage out. AI is all about the data you put in. So data governance becomes an issue. What's the framework for that space you're searching? How do they deal with data? And also I think there's a case of where there was a chatbot that was able to pick out, there are two sides. There's a chatbot that was able to pick out and generate racial slurs, but the same chatbot was able to pick out someone who is about to commit suicide by voice recognition. So usually it's 50-50, and adjusting and the frameworks will help. But yeah, maybe you had VPN on. I don't know why the beautiful baby was Chinese.
Okay, another question.
Yeah.
Are we in Africa participating in developing AI?
So I've been in startup for about 6 years, and startups that they're all maybe US and Canada based, and they try to build solutions based for the African market, which most of the time they don't have the right context. So I've been in an intersection where I've worked with various startups with my role currently, and also an advisor to startups that want to come into the African market to build specific solutions. Hence the journey being a POC. If you want to be able to adapt the challenge to here, it has to be a POC. Two, Africa is not all the same. There is a good startup that has come up with a solution of not using data for your mobile app or USSD. But then in Kenya, is data an expensive thing, Surfing is not expensive here, but in another market like Nigeria, it has been eaten up. So there has to be contextualized to the specific market. And that's why everyone, being the Kenyan, comes in. The opportunities in the startup space, I know it's up and down, but the opportunity to build is there. Anybody else?
Thank you for that chance to have an interactive session. On Monday, there were some questions by participants, especially the new students who want to venture into cybersec and computer science and so on. So they were worried that with the advancement of AI,
people will lose jobs.
So, people will lose jobs. So they're wondering whether should they invest time now. Do you think there's a future? Are you going to lose your job?
Well, I don't think anyone in the room, if you're in tech, you're at the risk of losing a job per se. In AI, there is one thing that to be able to, how will I call the word? Compliance, and to be able to have the right data, there has to be human in the loop. It's one of the things that you can't miss in AI for you to have good algorithms. So a human in the loop has to be there. So it's just how you position yourself. As I said, I was in tech, I am in AI, and I have no background in tech. I'm in AI, I have no background in tech. I am in the commercial part where I'm trying to understand the problem and then bring to the tech to build the solutions. So opportunity in tech is cybersecurity, data, AI. It's growing. We have not even touched quite the surface, especially in Africa. Anybody else? There are jobs, but I don't have one currently.
Yeah, I have a question. How would you probably take AI to stand in the gap as a way of trying to make robust monitoring and evaluation, especially for a startup?
Monitoring and evaluation of what exactly? A project or data?
A project in this case.
A project?
Yes.
Okay. I think start the question again. So I can
All right. I was just trying to find out how you'd probably bring in AI in the gap to help in a robust monitoring and evaluation, especially for startups, a project in startup.
So AI in itself is trying to remove human error by mimicking the same thing over and over until it's perfected. So for operational efficiency, it's A1, which we are all to error 2. With AI, you're able to send back information what's wrong with things. With humans, we generally, if you're wrong, you first hide. It's human nature to hide when you do something wrong. But with AI, it's quite immediately feeds back and tells you what's going on. So you should contextualize and build some tools for the startups as well. I don't use AI in the startup space. I do AI for banks, for financial institutions, for any institutions that wants to make a decision out of the data they have. First, it begins with the data they have. So if the startup has enough data, you build models and be able to tell where you can fill the gaps. Did I answer the question, or I spoke like a salesperson? Cool. It's lunchtime.
Question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in that you provide artificial intelligence solutions to banks and other organizations.
Where are you?
This side. To your left.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, one of the core branches of artificial intelligence is expert systems. These are systems that basically try to minimize human error. But along this expert system, you must have a professional on expertise somehow that provides services. Like if I want to develop an expert system that will work hand in hand with my doctor to provide treatment services, I must have a professional doctor to help me build my expert system in making decisions.
Yes.
Now, what is the level of accuracy or the expertise that you consider when you develop these expert systems?
Of the professional?
Yes.
I guess it's time on the job. You know, at the end of the day, it's time on the job. But the human in the loop is actually mandatory to build an accurate AI. It's mandatory. If you're not using a human, then how will you know what is right and wrong, especially with the expertise? So in health, yes, it's just years on the job. Because AI does whatever you've done over and over and over and perfects it. So the person who's done it the most, I guess, is the best placed. Anybody else? Yeah.
On the Kenyan context,
Yes.
what is the acceptance rate of AI product? Assume you are selling to a green a financial institution which does not understand what you're trying to sell to them.
Green.
Green, like they do not know
Okay.
what you're trying to sell to them.
How do you convince them? I had green, so what came to mind first was AI emits less carbon credits than humans, but yeah. You start with a use case. Generally, people will focus on making their life better. I'm sorry to say this, human beings, we tend to lie on the lazy side. So if my job can be done faster, then I'll buy in. So how to convince them is to show and tell rather. If you do this, this is what will happen. The human mind is easy to pick that out. The challenge is the governance. Now when we meet the InfoSec team, the cyber team, and those are the blockers at that time. But in terms of the person using the product, they are quick to be able to adapt. The problem is the governance part. The challenges that I face is purely a governance issue, not a sales issue or a buying issue. Yeah.
Based on your experience, can you give a rough acceptance rate?
So I'll be very honest. When I'm going to sell, I don't tell them I'm bringing you AI solutions. Everyone gets triggered when they hear AI because when people don't understand something, they tend to push back. So I will never go saying AI. But when I do, because I'm trying to solve NPLs, if I have five in a group of 5, I'll get 1. I won't give a percentage of a market because my mind is quite very specific, but out of 5, 1 will be convinced. But I will not go shouting, I'm bringing AI. First, in the financial institutions, explainability is mandatory by the CBK. So your models you have to give explainability for your models. So you'll not go start shouting AI. So acceptance is still not there, it's just how you position things.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you give a narrative on how you will sell your product? Let's say you're going to, can you try selling a product to me and see what kind of words you will use?
Man, you're not paying me money. I do this for money.
Just an example.
But what am I selling to you? Let's first start. Because before I sell to you, I need to know what your KPI is. I need to know what will make you happy. I don't know you yet. So give me who you are, give me a profile who you are, and then I can take a stab of it.
Or let's say...
it is you.
Or it is me.
Eh, it is you.
Let's say I sell mattresses or cushions.
No.
A manufacturing industry.
FinTech, financial institutions, financial corporates.
Also you deal with finance and...
I don't deal with consumer.
Okay.
I deal with corporates. So selling to you, I'll just smile and I think I'll have my day. So, okay.
Maybe I operate a hospital and I have systems where people come in, give information, I live here, these are diseases. So if I give you the database and I don't, that system maybe to someone to be keying in the information, like send me the AI.
Okay, so that you're talking about a KYC tool.
Yes.
A KYC tool, the first is maybe an OCR tool, which can do images and can absorb any documentation.
Yeah.
So for that, you're looking for operational efficiency as the problem you're trying to solve.
Yes.
I would sell you an advanced AR2 or CR2.
So, if
you want me to pitch?
No.
Or no.
So
but I'll tell you, what is the solution for that? So maybe how many people do you have doing the job?
maybe like 2 people, because the first thing they come here, they give out their data, then the next they go to the cash office, maybe to pay or something. So maybe 2 people.
2 people?
Yeah.
Are you paying them a lot of money?
No.
So you'd like them to keep their job? You just want to make their job easier?
Easier, yeah.
And to reduce the human error?
Yes.
So at this particular point, I am compliant with ODPC and allowed to touch on customer data. So I have an OCR tool called Periscope. So what Periscope does, from an image, from a document, so it can be able to read images, can be able to read PDF documents. Let's say the patient has come with a reference letter and all that. If your system is all on cloud, so it will be connected to your finance, and your finance can see maybe the issues this person, not finance. Who will it go to? To go, where does it information go?
From the data where they give information, the next is finance office or
but
cash
who will
office.
be consuming the data? Because at the end of the day, you want it digitized because somebody else wants to look at the data.
Maybe the financial officer, the guy who, or the procurement, like the whole team.
I have to sell to the person buying. Who is the person buying? Is it procurement? Is it the doctor who is looking at this data?
Like the whole hospital, like the whole management and the whole operation of the hospital.
The whole operation of the hospital.
Yeah.
You need more than one product then.
Okay.
There's an OCR tool, there's a data analyzer, and then there's what you can have as dashboards to see where to put in more effort. So you'll be able to, what you will need is a data infrastructure solution coming from extraction, verification, and then analysis, and then maybe some growth outputs for you to make a decision. It's going to cost you, but it's going to save you a lot of money.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Ah, that was easy. You bought? Have you bought? You've not asked how much it is. Oh, wow. There's a volume-based discount. Please don't ask me to pitch.
No, I'm not going to ask you to pitch. My question is, saying that you sell AI solutions to corporates. Okay, from my perspective, the way that I know AI is that it's an ever-changing field, and every day we are discovering new capabilities of AI. The way we knew AI a few months ago is not the way we know it right now, and it's fast-paced. So my question is, what will be the advantage of my company buying AI solutions opposed to my company hiring AI engineers or machine learning engineers to do or to build tailor-made products for my company? My second question is, you've mentioned a lot about your interaction with startups. In what way are you interacting with startups, and how is your product or whatever you do related to startups?
Okay. So your first question was why buy than build, because it's ever changing. For the last few years, I've seen banks outsource tech. That's not their core business. So if it's not your core business, don't focus putting resources on it. I can give a small example. Most of these mobile banking apps are not managed by the banks. You know, they are out. They just pay someone to maintain. So over time, institutions are sticking to their core business and reducing. The cost of an engineer is quite high. How many data scientists do you have in Kenya? Who can afford them? So that is why the outsourcing of that tool or that division to the people who know best. In terms of startups, you said what exactly am I doing? So startups build solutions, but the part of testing whether they work to proof of concept. So that's what I work with them. I try to support them in this market, get them clients who are able to test to see those solutions are working for this market. Also, because I'm in the lending space and loans are short term, if the tool fails, you'll see quite immediately with all the NPLs that will follow. So they are open to revenue share model. I can come to a bank, I'm like, I'll reduce your NPLs, but then the bank says, but it's an AI tool. How do I know it will work? How do I know it will change on me? So that's when you talk commercials and say, at the end, we'll share the revenue. So you also have to trust your tool. We are done? Can go for lunch? Ooh.
Thank you. So yesterday I was listening to Microsoft founder Bill Gates, and he was talking about for Microsoft, and he was talking about the new model of AI, the health model for AI, and he was talking about how it can be implemented in countries where there is shortages of doctors. And during the test of the model in countries in Africa, the model didn't quite give accurate results. So my question is, how do you ensure accurate results are maintained in marketing?
Okay. Accurate results in AI are usually based on data. So I'm going to take a wild guess. They built the tool but didn't test it with market-specific data. So the results it will give, like how Kenyans speak or someone in the village speaks here, will not be the same how someone in a village speaks in China. So it's about the language, what the tool has learned. Part of what I do every day with my team is maybe get new formats and take them to data science to keep training the model. So keeping training the model to very market specific, that helps. As I said earlier, that AI is purely a data thing, just analyzes data. So if the quality of the data is not good, the output will never be good. So I'd take a guess it's that. The issue was data was not specific to the space. But then there needs to be a human loop to verify. So there was none, I guess. And maybe, is it just has been launched? I've seen Google has launched one. Has it just been launched? Yeah? I'm not selling health. Cannot be on me for people to die. I'm focused on financial institution and where the money is at. I like making money.
Okay, so hi. My question would be, how does the competition look like for data infrastructure as a service? And another question would be for banks, yeah? Because you've said you've worked with banks a lot. You find some of the payment technology networks like MasterCard and Visa offer similar services. So why would I come to Periculum instead as a bank?
We don't do the same. I don't compete with MasterCard or network. I'm not in the payment space. I'm in credit space. And credit space, there are not many. Yeah. The competition is not that high because the products are quite new. So what you're focused on is convincing for people to take on products. As a startup, most of the time I'm bringing products that no one knows about in the market. So in that space, I've sold a product as the only person in the market before. But then MasterCard are just regulators. In the payment space, I don't think there's anyone who's competing there for those in the payments. But Network Global is a fintech. They're doing the POS machines. We work with them to analyze their data and create their models for their data in case they wanted to say something. Data science firms are not many. I think there was one more. No?
Excuse me, I have a question here. Yeah, you mentioned that you're dealing with the financial sector and most importantly the NPLs. So could you kindly share with us some of the interesting insights that you found that have been gleaned from AI?
I'll start from market specific in terms of that. I'm going to ask you a question. At Tier 1 bank in Kenya, out of the 100% people who've applied for loans, how many do you think, the first check of data, the first row, how many do you think passed that first check?
Considering how banks tend to be stingy, I don't think so many of them, probably less than 50% probably.
Ooh, you're very generous. It's less than 10.
Oh, wow.
First is because they start with the bureau. With COVID, if you're a millennial and an adult who's not been listed yet, well done, you have good financial decisions. So the bureau is used as a measure of whether you can afford something or not, and you could have been listed there for, what is it, Hustler Fund, 5 SOC. But because of that, it's a rule. But they are being more open. The bank I've spoken about, which is at 7%, is quite more open to getting alternative data. So what I do is alternative data to make a decision, not what you're used to. So that's how they term it, an alternative data partner. So they are more curious to see, how can I give more loans? Why am I rejecting all these people, you know? And the reason they're rejecting is because of lack of data and also lack of structured data to make a decision. So in such a case, they are too scared of NPLs to even venture out to know more. So it's quite low. Have I answered the question?
You have, and thank you for that. Maybe just like a follow-up question. You mentioned that the Bureau plays a huge role. We've seen efforts in the past to remove people from the Bureau for petty cases like 500. How effective are these initiatives?
So time for the previous government, I think there was a time they announced that they're removing guys from the Bureau. So do you think they were removed from the Bureau? What did you understand what that meant?
From my understanding, I thought that those petty small loans, they will be removed, especially looking at the younger generation who might not have that financial status. So that's what my understanding was.
So the second rule of giving a loan after CRB, or just before CRB, is your age. So your age may just be locking you out as a young person from getting a loan. It's quite specific about your affordability as a young person. 2, the previous government, what they did, they said that because of COVID, there's COVID relief in terms of being listed and bad loans, but that was just a suppression for a period of time. After that, you are all back on. So it's you, to the person you owe money, especially I think there are banks that were scrapping them off. You're told to pay something, then you're removed. So yes, there are those, but those are very specific to the company, like to the organization. They make you owe them the money. So it's not blanket. But that blanket one for 5 million, it was just low. So what happens, the lenders were not able to see bureau data for anyone who's defaulted in maybe those years and below 5 million. However, also the same bureau is normally delayed. It depends. There are those lenders that don't report to the bureaus. You can report and not pick the data or vice versa, but that is very specific to an organization. That's why you are being told, I think a bank said, pay this, then you'll be removed. But then you cannot just say you're all scraped up. You owe the money. It's you to have a conversation with the institution.
Thank you.
I think there's someone behind.
My name is Kevin. We know the most targeted sector is the financial sector. So when you are selling your solution, how do you ensure the security of the data you are collecting and also the solution you are selling?
First is the in-house data policies that you have, and also compliance with ODPC, which is really a shakedown from the GDPR. So to be compliant with the GDPR laws, and then the compliance of SOC, I think from a cybersecurity point, and in-house data policies, that helps sell the product.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think there was one more question, and then we can wind up. I think there's a hand here.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm not sure if anyone has asked this question, but I'll ask. So what are the challenges, either the challenges you're facing in your field? Yeah.
Convincing someone to take a new product that they don't know about.
Okay, thank you.
And governance. Data space, we are all working with a lot of unknowns, very reactive, like there isn't clubs and faces. So it's about data compliance, data residency, personal identifiable information in the cloud. The challenge is purely a governance issue and the fear that someone will use your data wrong.
Hello.
Hi.
Kindly let my question be the last one.
I can't hear you.
Hello. Okay, I said, allow me to let my question be the last one.
Awesome.
I'll ask, maybe describe, give a brief example of a question or a solution maybe you solved to any institution and how it helped them to solve their issue.
So I've been selling what? It's data science solution for banks, meaning specifically to expose variables that help you make a decision. And in lending, it's all about saying the exposure, this person has how many loans, this person is loan hoping, just be able to have variables to be able to lend. The uptake, what I'm trying to solve is you to lend more, the bank to disburse more money, which can be paid back and to reduce NPLs. At the end is, have the NPLs gone down? Have I disbursed more money? So a bank will say, I've been disbursing 200 million and I want to get to a B. I can't get to a B disbursement because I don't know more. So provide alternative data that helps me understand my customers better so I can lend more but also not lose money. So at the end of the day, data is about numbers, the numbers tell. So if the NPLs are not down, people are defaulting, I'm at fault. So it's just an end-to-end solution from collecting the data, verifying the data, exposing the variables, and then it goes into a scorecard and you lend more. So that is usually the journey. And the output is you lend more, you make more money, you have less NPLs. That's it.
Okay, do you maybe get to know if the solution worked?
Yes, it's quite immediate. A loan is 30 days. If my ML model has run for 30 days and you're supposed to pay your loan in 30 days, you haven't paid, comes back to me. It's about data. So if it's not working, I lose my job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time. The technical guy who came before me, so I changed my presentation. No problem.
There's a guy who has asked about cybersecurity and how you ensure that that particular set of data is actually secure. Just wanted to understand this, or maybe you can give us your experience on how ODPC, what has been your experience with ODPC in regard to how they ensure you or your clients.
Who is ODPC?
ODPC, Office of the Data
ODPC.
Protection. Yeah.
ODPC?
Office of the Data Protection.
Yeah, okay.
the custodian of the Data Protection
Yeah,
Act.
yeah. I know DPC.
So what has been your experience in them ensuring that you actually comply with the DPA, either you or your clients?
We do, okay. So first, I'm licensed by ODPC as a data controller and a processor. So to be able even to work with these institutions, you are holding the data yourself. So you need to be able to have that. So what we do, we have our own DPIA. We have to do our own DPIA internally. And also banks have to apply for that DPIA for this specific product. And sometimes the challenge with ODPC, that can take up to 6 months. So they had allowed for a period you can do that retroactively, that now it's not there. So by the time you're doing the sale, you're able to alert the InfoSec team, there's a DPIA. So you start it parallel at the beginning during the process of pitching to give time. Banks sales cycle 6 months to a year, so there's time in that. These smaller lenders know, but yes, for DPC with DPIA, last year I could do it retroactively. Now I have a client who's been told to pause, we are not compliant. So you're given a letter, you're looking at the issues, and then you work the issues and report back. They're quite adaptable. But then I think most of the laws were quite sudden and what would you call knee-jerk, so we were not prepared. And I think we are ahead of the game in terms of with our ODPC. If I look at the other East African markets that I serve, I think they're trying to do a good job, but quite reactive. So we keep adapting. So yeah, you have to do it 6 months ahead before you go live. What helps is I start with a proof of concept. So by the time I finish with governance and then it's touching on a live product, we would have been compliant with the DPIA. Okay. Thank you very much for listening to me ramble. And we'll find you in this startup world.
Thank you very much. Mercy Omolo, Isaka Kenya Chapter President. She is dedicated to professional growth. She is committed to upholding the highest standards in information security, risk management, and IT governance. Please welcome Isaka Kenya Chapter President, Mercy Omolo.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so maybe we'll say, Benjamin, lunch is on you. My name is Mercy Omolo. I'm the Isaka Kenya president, and I'll explain what Isaka Kenya is, but maybe just to mention, I think you've given us so much pressure, because I came in when your presentation was ongoing and I realized, I should have been also more tech focused. But I'm here to discuss more on how everybody in the room can play a part in terms of cybersecurity development. And I understand that we have various players in the room, from government, academia, your students yourselves, and players in the private and public sector that are in the cybersecurity ecosystem. So I think it will touch on everybody, and I think at the end of the day, we'll be able to give comfort to the students in the room as to what the rest of us are doing in terms of playing a part, so that by the time you're leaving and joining us in the workforce, you guys are assured that there are jobs, because I think you guys have had there's a cybersecurity skills gap, or there's a shortage of talent. But when you join the market, then it's a different case. You're more or less trying to find that there are no jobs, so to say. So so I'll start by thanking Benjamin for allowing us as ISACA Kenya to be able to present in this forum, and everybody in the team who has put together this forum. As I mentioned, I'm the president of ISACA Kenya chapter. ISACA is a global association of IT professionals, and we are in the space of audit, risk, and when I'm talking about audit, I don't mean financial audit, I mean IT audit, IT risk, we're in cybersecurity, information security, we're in data privacy. So we are a supermarket of some sorts, so to say. So a supermarket, the way Nakumat was referred to as, everything under one roof. So ISACA, we have professionals that are drawn from different sectors in terms of the technology space. And we are also heavily investing in terms of cybersecurity and developing talent, developing the workforce of the future and the workforce of the present to be able to ensure that everywhere where ISACA has a presence, that country, that organization that you work for, or even the schools or the associations that you're associated with are adding value in terms of the cybersecurity skills that you have. You're ensuring that we are making sure that you're able to adapt and to emerging threats, to emerging technologies, and so we train our professionals in terms of that. So we have a Kenya chapter, and we're about 2,000 professionals currently and still growing. We have membership drawn from various sectors. We have student membership, we have professional membership, graduate membership, and the likes. And I'm not here to market ISACA, by the way. I'm just giving you context because you'll see how it will come into play in terms of how professional associations are contributing towards the skill gap that we have in terms of the development of the cybersecurity workforce. So, in terms of job searches, in terms of cybersecurity, there's a joke that some of the times you look at the job descriptions of let's say, a SOC analyst, and it's an entry-level job. You'd expect that somebody fresh from university should be able to fit into that role. But then you're finding the JD that has been listed is saying they want 5 years of experience. A cloud computing analyst, they're saying they want 10 years of experience. Yet the newer technology of cloud computing, the AWS, Azure, and the like are more or less newer technology that are probably, we could say, 5 years late. So why are you asking for 10 years of experience to people who are just coming out of the market? And so it's a really disadvantage to students like yourself who are just fresh out of the market and want to play a part in terms of the cybersecurity workforce. ISACA does, and not only ISACA, there are also other associations, there are also other institutions that usually do a lot of research in terms of cybersecurity. And I'm just going to show some snippets of what a sample of the ISACA Cybersecurity State in 2023 report shows about the current workforce that we have or the current situation in terms of cyber. So the first one is in terms of the workforce by age. If you can see on the screen, it's just showing that the ages of about 18 to 24, thereabouts, are of course they're not many because essentially they're either in uni, coming out of uni and the likes. But then the age group for 25 to 35 thereabouts, also not that many. And that's where we would expect that by the time, for me, I think that should be where we have more of our talent, more of our working group, because right now we have a lot of newer emerging technologies that ideally younger people should be embracing and should be more or less, I would say chap in terms of in terms of trying to keep up with those technologies. So it's much easier for you guys to keep up with newer technologies, to learn about them, as opposed to somebody who has been in the workforce and probably has been using a different type of technology. So I would expect that the younger workforce, say 35 and below, should be where our workforce in terms of cybersecurity is. But as you can see, it's showing that we have a large group of people who are about 45 to 50 who are essentially covering our workforce in terms of cybersecurity. And what that means is that in the next 10 years, they'll have retired, and there'll be a gap that will be there, because then the 35 years old will also be moving to the 45 years old, and yet from the 18 years old to 35 thereabouts, we still have a shortage of talent. And so that's why it's important for us to ensure that we are developing our workforce. It's ensure that we're investing in terms of how we are going to ensure that the next 5 years, the next 10 years, Kenya as a country, Africa as a continent, we are ensuring that we are keeping up with emerging technologies, that we have the talent that we need to be able to ensure that we can fill that gap, and that we don't have a backlog, or we're not building towards the talent gap that we have. Then in terms of qualifications, a lot of jobs right now, they'll require you to have qualifications or certifications, so to say, and ISACA is one of them. We offer certifications in cybersecurity, information security, audit, and the likes. And a lot of employers would require you that you ensure that you have certifications before they can even consider you. But just because you have qualifications, the certification doesn't mean that you're an experienced person. You may find that even some students who are in the universities doing a lot of pen testing on their own in terms of, say, TryHackMe, and other initiatives or other platforms, have more experience in terms of playing with data, in terms of playing with environments, as opposed to somebody who has a certification. Just because somebody has a certification doesn't mean that they really have hands-on experience towards that. And so as employers, we also need to change our mindset. So for the employers in the room, whether in public or private sector, we also have to give a chance to this young upcoming talent and ensure that we have an alternative. So if somebody is able to demonstrate, this is my portfolio, these are the number of, let's say, capture the flag events that I've participated in, then that should also suffice as experience to be able to ensure that we are able to consider you to be hired, as opposed to saying you have to have a certification, yet we are complaining that we don't have the talent, we have a skill shortage of skilled professionals, yet we're not considering this other alternative experience that students like yourselves are bringing to the room. Then in terms of cybersecurity degrees, so this question was posed to a lot of professionals who are already in the market, and they were asked if they think the cybersecurity degrees that yourselves, or cybersecurity related degrees, that the people coming out of university, whether we think they are relevant, and that by the time you're coming to join us, you're already, you're ripe for the market, you're able to fit into the workplace. Or is it that when you come to join us, then now we're like, oh my God, this guy doesn't know anything, this chick doesn't know anything, we have to start from scratch. So this is a good slide that I wanted to ask to you. So to the academia in the room, if we have professors and the likes, are we looking at our cybersecurity curriculum? Is it relevant to our market right now? I understand that for the universities, the review of our curriculum is usually after 4 years. So you can imagine right now, we're talking about AI. By the time, let's say the curriculum was reviewed in 2020. So it means next year is when they'll start now reviewing, okay, maybe we need to consider putting AI. By the time 2024 is coming, AI will probably be outdated. We're now speaking of quantum computing. So is it relevant? Yeah, and that's on the academia side, like for the people who are in charge of developing the cybersecurity programs. And so maybe a question to you guys, are you learning about blockchain? Are you learning about emerging technologies? Even if it's not at an in-depth level on your own, in terms of the curriculum that you're doing, in terms of even here at UON, is it something that is in your program? Is it relevant? And maybe you also need to question on why you're not, why if it's not being done, why it's not being done, yeah? So, yeah, food for thought on that. And then, stuck. Okay. So I don't know if someone can help me there. If you can just go to the next slide. I think the clicker is kind of stuck. Okay, yeah. So in terms of hiring culture, just maybe to reiterate what I said about employers now in the room, asking for 10 years of experience for cloud computing, and cloud computing is more or less a technology that has been here, is more recent, so to say. So you can't be asking for cloud computing technology yet, and 10 years, and that's a newer technology. We need to check what we're doing, because if somebody just looks at that from the job description, they'll be like, automatically, I don't even qualify, and you don't even waste your time applying into that. And then in terms of hiring as well, looking at future, there are a lot of, in terms of cybersecurity, there's a lot of specialization that you'll have to, that is coming up right now, and that students as yourself need to invest in. So you need to choose a path that you think would be ideal for you. So let's say if it's cloud computing, if it's analytics, if it's AI, we have quantum computing coming up, if it's InfoSec, if you want to be a red teamer, a blue teamer, and if you want to be a purple teamer, because they also have purple teamers, but also that have to have the basic understanding of information security and cybersecurity principles, and those are the IT auditors and the IT risk practitioners that we have. So my work is simple, and it's to ensure that we are building an ecosystem and that everybody in the room is playing a part in it. So for government, what is government doing? And mine is just to ask rhetorical questions, or questions that are supposed to help us think about where we're moving as a country, where we're moving as a continent. So for Kenya, the government is trying its best, and it's already making initiatives in terms of cybersecurity. So if you've heard of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act 2018, it was enacted in 2018. But when it was enacted, it gave rise to institutions or a body called NC4, the National Computer Crime Coordination Committee. The NC4 is comprised of various organizations, and I think probably somebody has spoken to it, I'm not sure. But it comprises of the disciplined forces, the military, NIS, and the likes, Communications Authority, the ODPC, the Auditor General, not the Auditor General, the Attorney General, and the likes. So that body was basically supposed to come up with regulations to ensure that computer misuse and cybercrime in Kenya, we have clear regulations that if we take you to court because of misuse, we can be able to convict you because the law is very clear, the way lawyers like to say. So the NC4, just recently they introduced the regulations, and I am 100% sure that the regulations are about to be passed by Parliament once they'll be taken back there. And what it has done, it has ensured that critical infrastructure, what they call critical infrastructure, and the banks, there's a whole category of which organizations are considered critical infrastructure. So the Safaricom's, the banks, hospitals, and the likes. It has made it a compulsory that you'll have to have a CISO. So just by that, it means hospitals that probably were not looking at IT as a critical role will have to now start thinking, okay, we need to put this in place. Do we have a CISO? Do we now have to look at our IT team? Or do we have to recruit outside? Do we need to then skill or develop whoever we have in-house to be able to become a CISO? So the government is trying with various initiatives in terms of what it needs to do, but there's still more that can be done. In terms of cybersecurity awareness, maybe to the government or the public officials in the room, is to challenge us. Do we have a center of excellence for national cybersecurity? Because we have fragments of cybersecurity here and there. So we have NC4, which is operating on its own. We have the KESAT, which is hosted by the Communications Authority and deals with incident response for the country and also helps organizations. But if I was to say, okay, I want to see how, or I want to go and see or research on how Kenya is doing cybersecurity, how do I then ensure that there's a center of excellence that I can directly go to? And it's not wrong to have the different bodies because they all play a part, but if we were to say, this is what I want to focus on and I want a single point of contact, then yeah, I think we need to think of such. When it comes to academia, how are we looking at our cybersecurity and technology-related programs? Are they keeping up with emerging technologies? Back in my days, I did a degree in business information technology, and we learned about C++ as a programming language. Now Java is taking over, Python, R, and the likes. But if we're still teaching C and C++, yet they're becoming outdated, not to say that they're not needed, and it's usually a very good foundation to learn the other programming languages. We also need to relook at what we're teaching in terms of our curricula. And so as academia in the room, we need to relook at our programs. Are we making sure that by the time our students are joining the workforce, they're able to deal with emerging technologies, they're able to deal with emerging threats? And the students in the room, what are you doing yourselves to ensure that you're upskilling yourself? Because I had a boss who used to tell me that just because you have a degree doesn't mean that you're qualified. It only means that you're intelligent and that you can read and write. That's what he used to tell me. And sometimes it is true because there's only so much that the school or the university can do. You also have to take up initiative yourself in terms of learning some of these things. I mean, the schools can't be changing the curriculum all the time. The basics that you guys also need to invest in yourselves to ensure that you're keeping up with either emerging threats or emerging technologies or a focus area of where you want to pursue. So you have to upskill yourself, and there are a lot of free internet resources that in basically almost every field of cybersecurity, there are a lot of free material that you can leverage on in your journey in terms of being a cyber professional. And in terms of academia as well, I'll relate it with the professional associations. So bodies like ISACA, there's also ICS2 or ICS squared, I don't know how to pronounce it. They issue out certifications, but the beauty of bodies like ISACA Kenya and the rest, there are a lot of professional IT associations that are there. We always ensure that we are trying to give back and invest also in cybersecurity talent, because I'm only the president for 2 years. In 10 years' time, somebody who's a student here will probably be the president of ISACA Kenya. And you'll be the one who's been responsible for leading fellow professionals in terms of challenging the government, in terms of challenging your workplaces, in terms of leading and shaping, helping the government to shape policy in terms of where IT and cybersecurity is heading as a country. So we run a lot of programs in terms of investing in cybersecurity talent. We run a lot of boot camps. We have student university groups in various universities spread out along Kenya. And to join the student university groups that are recognized by ISACA, it's free of charge. And you get access to a lot of resources that have been developed. So say you want to learn how to look at, say I'm an auditor, a new auditor, or it's a passion of yours, maybe you're interested in becoming an IT auditor or a cloud auditor. You just go and search for a program, cloud audit program on Google Cloud Audit Program, and you get access, a whole audit program developed for you to see what you need to check in the systems, in the various items, and it's free of charge. So you need to take advantage of such opportunities if you come. not necessarily marketing ISACA. There are a lot of other associations that are also doing a lot in terms of developing cybersecurity, and the focus actually is right now on young people, because there's indeed a gap that we need to fill, because in the next 5 years, we have to ensure that you guys, when you're coming to the market, you have a job to play, you're experienced, we have trained you, we have upskilled you, and you're experienced that by the time you're coming in, you're fitting in. It's not like we're coming to start again from scratch to say, you guys, me, enyewe, UON, I don't know these graduates. I know you've heard of such employers saying they can't hire from a particular university or a particular institution. And so it's up to you. We can only do so much in terms of upskilling, but you yourselves as students also need to take that initiative as well. And then if we have investors in the room, Mr. Benjamin has spoke about AI and how he searched for an image and it was displaying Chinese faces. The truth of the matter is that the focus in terms of development of AI is not on Africa. And so we don't have Africans who are taking that initiative of learning AI or developing in AI, or even trying to see, okay, machine learning, this is what I want to focus on. There's that gap. And if the people who are interested in the room, I would tell them that there's a market for that actually. And because many companies are realizing they need to automate a lot of repetitive processes, there's actually opportunity for a lot of jobs to come out of there. And maybe just to touch on the conversation that was said in the room about, someone asked whether AI would steal their jobs. The person who will steal your job is not the AI itself. The person who will steal your job is the person who has learned to use AI, and not the AI itself. The person who will learn to use AI will be able to demonstrate to their company that this is how this is how we can use AI to our advantage as a company, and that person will be retained. So if you're a database administrator, if you go to ChatGPT right now and try and search and tell it to run an SQL query for you, or to design an SQL query for you, and you give it all the parameters and it will do that. So if I'm a CIO somewhere and I see that as a ChatGPT can do that, my question would be, what's your value, right? But not to say that I don't need the database administrator. There are also other tasks that AI itself may not do. AI is also biased. So that DBA or that database administrator needs to demonstrate to me how best or what other value they can add that the tool cannot do. So that's, I think, my parting shot to you. The person who will steal your job, AI will not steal your job, but the person who will steal your job is the person who learned to use AI. Then in terms of our hiring culture, as a country, both in the public and the private sector, we also need to redesign our thinking, how we hire for jobs. We need to just ensure that certifications, as much as they're important and they validate our credentials, that you have the expertise, yes. We also need to consider hands-on experience. So for students who are doing projects and capture the flag and the like, and have portfolios, say in TryHackMe, we should be able to use that to be able to use it as an alternative for hiring, or to use that as requisite experience to ensure that we're also giving them a fair chance to be able to join the workforce. Then as an organization itself, and even with the regulations that are going to come into force with the CMCA, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, we still need to invest in executive cybersecurity work, and we need to ensure that we are investing in C-suite and board experience, because for sure, until WannaCry happened, many boards weren't seeing the realization or the prioritization of cybersecurity. So until ransomware happens, and a lot of organizations have been hit in Kenya because of that, that's when now the boards are like, okay, yeah, this is important. But as organizations and as both public and private institutions, we need to train our boards, we need to show them the importance of cybersecurity and develop them. And so having trainings for the board and showing them this is what will happen, this is the impact, and trying to also simplify, because a lot of us techies would come and say, you know, this is the budget, we need to have these firewalls, we need to have all these state-of-the-art technologies, but the board member is looking at the budget and like, this is not my priority. So if we need to simplify the importance of cybersecurity technologies and how they'll protect the organization, so that the board members can then now say that, okay, now I understand what the importance of cybersecurity is. So my last statement, parting shot, is that for us to be able to ensure that we have a good ecosystem for cybersecurity in Kenya, in Africa, across the globe, we need to ensure that we collaborate, because we can't work in silos. I work for ISACA Kenya, I serve with ISACA Kenya, and I also work in a private organization. But we also need the players, like in the government, to be able to ensure that we have rules in place that protect these organizations, that protect our citizens, that protect us as students, protect us as companies itself. So we can't work in silos. We need everybody to be able to play their role in the various ecosystems, and to do that, we need collaboration. Yeah, so I would urge everybody in the room, no matter whether you're a student or the different players that we have here in the sector, we need to redesign our thinking, so that by the time we are coming, say 5 years from now, I would like us to be coming, not to be discussing about the talent, the shortage of talent that we have, but more or less that we have so much talent, then can we then export this to the rest of the world? So thank you. I'll leave by playing one video, that I can take any questions. So yeah.
That's the anthem. Get your hands up. Hey, hey, yeah. Listen close as I tell you all the tale. How my soccer got your boy ready to prevail. I always had a feeling that my future was bright. And thanks to my soccer, yes sir, I prepped for the fight. My path wasn't clear for careers, what would I? You had a good eye for Texas, a good eye. Challenges are a must. That's how my brain works. Almost 90 till I tried better frameworks. When the career will I choose to make a difference? Cybercrime risk important amongst my interests. Been tested beyond me, it ain't a question. I need to find a mentor, distributing a lesson, or even reinforce what I already knew. Change my life for the better. They can do it for you. From system to C-Guide and IT's D-Light. Now my future's got the green light. ISACA, pursuing digital trust. ISACA, with progression's a must. ISACA, realize my purpose and promise. And if I can be honest, a new era's upon us. ISACA, pursuing digital trust. ISACA, with progression's a must. ISACA, realize my purpose and promise. And if I can be honest, a new era's upon us. Scissor, gain the knowledge, use the order control. Monitor the data flow and assess what's known. Take that info and use it to improve and hold. Only the first certain, but I'm feeling right in the zone. Next up looks like C-risk. I really want to see this. Train so I can see risk in enterprise arenas where others can't see it. Don't focus on the surface, but what's beneath it. Reaching the next certain sequence. System and acronym, the mechanism for a managerial application is synergism. Through program development, security, and governance, skills hiring companies covet. Better come with it. C-Guy, earn my dose for knowledge and the foresight. Designing, implementing, and setting the course right.
So thanks. So this is our ISACA anthem. It just shows the certifications that we have and that we offer in terms of the various cybersecurity knowledge or training that we have. For young students, we have certified in emerging technology, and there are different stacks. So there's a certificate that you can get in AI. You can get one in blockchain technology. And the like. So there are various certifications that you can check out on our website, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to that. So thank you very much.
Wow. Challenge to students. Cyberpro, a competition to create something similar Like, I wanted to dance. No, seriously, I need to dance. But then, okay, there are laws. I cannot copy that one. But I need students to create something similar for Cyberpro. So students, if you need some money, start thinking. Thank you very much, Vasi. We are privileged to have the ICT Working Group Secretariat, the one that she just mentioned, the one that builds the framework for our ICT laws. They are in the house. But we're breaking out for lunch. This time round, please don't disappoint me. Don't go away after lunch. 30 minutes. We'll take 30 minutes, drink something, eat something quickly, and then we come back. We can stand and start and I'll be counting. 30 minutes, starting now. Good afternoon. Okay, we'll be starting in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We're just requesting individuals who are outside to walk back into the auditorium, and we begin. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. As the others join us, we are going to welcome Dunstan on stage. And then after that, I will introduce our guests. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. I hope for those who are not dieting, they have had lunch. They have not had lunch, and they're good. And those who are able to, I hope your lunch was delicious. So I will take the shortest time possible. The MC has told me we don't have much time left. First of all, I'm very much honored and privileged to be here today to speak to you guys, to talk to you guys. It's not really speaking, it's having a conversation about cybersecurity. So like I told you, my name is Dunstan Akwiri, and I am the director in charge of cybersecurity and IT infrastructure at Cyberpro Global. And also that includes the directorate for training. I was honored to be given that particular role. Now, during lunchtime, my team and I, we decided to do something. I don't know if many of you guys noticed. We took a couple of surprise gifts and placed them just beneath your chairs. So guys can check if you're lucky enough. You see there, that is the problem. Human beings are always very curious, and they trust where they're not even supposed to, which makes the human factor the most critical element in the cybersecurity chain. Now, cybersecurity is composed of two factors, like I told you in the beginning, in the morning session, during introduction. We have got the technical factors, which basically includes everything the amazing speakers have shared with us, you know, the malwares, the malicious links, yeah, just to mention examples of malwares, viruses, and so many others, ransomware, of course, under malware. And then now we have the human factor, a concept that, according to me, I feel we have not given so much exploitation on. And it's a very critical factor. I used to, before then, I used to say the human factor is the weakest link. But I corrected myself. And I think on one of the interviews just last week, also one of my directors said on national TV that the human factor is the weakest link. But I would like us to think otherwise. The human factor really is not the weakest link. The human factor is the critical link. This is the reason. Our curiosity, our naivety, our, for lack of a better word, lust for money, money gain, is what makes us vulnerable. A few weeks ago, someone was telling me, we were having a discussion, just, you know, boys talk. Then someone was telling me a Bible application on their phone was asking for permissions to access the camera. So, really? Is it taking a selfie and sending it to God? So why would a Bible application really, you know, ask you permissions to access your contacts, to access your camera? Does it even make sense? App permissions. And how would we know that? How would we be able to know that this particular thing is supposed to happen this way? Now, I'll talk about it in two perspectives. One, as a professional, and two, just as a normal user who uses a device, the internet. Allow me to call you a normal user. And then the professionals, that is the tech guys. Nancy was here. Nancy Murithi said, talked about something very important. He talked about training, which we majorly focus on as a company, as Cyberpro. We tend to amplify on the human factor. Some managers, when you tell them about cybersecurity, what they tell you is we have an IT department. They'll take care of that part-time. We need to be able to acknowledge that we can have a very good software engineer, magnificent. He can be able to write code on whiteboard, and without fail, it runs on a compiler. But he doesn't know a dime, or maybe very little, on cybersecurity. Now, I also do understand that cybersecurity is just a discipline, of technology. But it's a whole lot of a different thing. It's like a whole new world. So, dear guys, if we have the management here, if you guys are the future managers, kindly note, a very important note, to always take in cybersecurity as a very important aspect. Now, we started off very well just the other day, and all the speakers were talking about, cybersecurity, one of the most interesting talks. Of course, all of them were interesting, but for my very good friend here, Steve, talked about networks and data packets. But the question I have, I've seen a couple of my students here who attend our training on cybersecurity, so I don't expect them to answer this question. A question I have, just a quick one, what really is cybersecurity? And I asked them in one of the cohorts in our trainings, I asked a question. If you're given a chance to speak to the whole world and define what cybersecurity is, what is that definition that you will feel comfortable giving to the whole world? Any trial? You never know, it might land you a job. Any trial? Okay. I believe they are, but maybe just because I've mentioned speaking to the whole world, that is why guys have hesitated. So I would like to put it this way. Now, cybersecurity is a mission-focused and risk governance that aims to exponentially talk about the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of data, and which improves perennially. Now, underline improves perennially. It has to improve over a period of time. Why? Because technology changes every single time. We cannot have cybersecurity without technology. We cannot have cybersecurity without humans. We tend to disagree with my boss sometimes in the office, and we have a lot of fights that he feels. He has valid from his side. He feels like artificial intelligence will talk over human beings. I also do have a different opinion. But to some extent, I agree with him because of the regenerative part of AI, because once it's very smart, it can be able to, create other. Imagine ChatGPT being a robot that can function and operate physically. Can be able to, create other robots to create an amazing auditorium like this one. But on the other side, it needs human checkpoint to check it, to create it. It needs human. So it's a discussion that, 50-50, you can agree and disagree. The question I have for you today, what does it take? What does it take you as a person? What does it take you as an institution? What does it take you as an organization to have a wholesome 360 covered angle degree in terms of ICT infrastructure protection? Having a secure environment, having a secure ecosystem, what does it take? We have had cases whereby small, medium, and big enterprises spending millions and millions of shillings, or rather dollars, to invest in cybersecurity protection, but they still get hacked. Why? I will tell you the truth. There is no system in this world that is hack-proof. There is always a vulnerability somewhere. There is always. In my few years of experience, I will put my life against it. There is always a vulnerability of the system. And one thing we need to acknowledge, guys, is this. Like Steve said on his presentation, you have a very secure network protection put in place. About your endpoints, it's covered. When you talk about walk-ins, physical security is covered. But the question is, why do we always assume the humans, the staffs? A human firewall is one of the most important aspects that one can be able to relate with. And how do you create a human firewall? We are not robots. You don't program us. You train us. And of course, if you train us once, we will forget. Maybe if I ask randomly what I said the first time I got here on stage, somebody has forgotten. Does it make you a fool? No. Does it make you weak? No. What does it make you? A human being. Should we tell people to stop being curious? Nope. Should we tell guys to stop being naive? Nope. Should we tell guys to, stop having a lust for money? No, because honestly, I do have money, so I'm sure most of you do. So what should we tell them? Now, all these values, all these aspects is what makes us human. Without them, we are no longer human. We have no difference between us and the beasts in the wild because we have compassion. We don't want you to change the way you are. We want you to know how these things work. I always tell my team, I've been privileged enough to meet a couple of guys who have just finished school and they want to join cybersecurity, and the first thing they want to do is, jump straight into it, Kali Linux and opening up Metasploit, start creating payloads. They want to start hacking and attacking. The question I have is, how would you be able to protect? How would you be able to defend something that you do not understand? You need to understand the complete IT infrastructure, from networks to endpoints, for you to become a wholesome cybersecurity practitioner. You cannot protect something you don't understand. You cannot defend something you don't understand. There was this, just an example, there was this very wonderful trainee who said, we were discussing, it was during that time when, we were getting attacked by apparently the anonymous Sudan. We were being attacked by DDoS. And then I asked a very good question to the class. It was around 60 guys, so I asked them. Right now we are facing a lot of attacks. It was eCitizen, KRA, I think KCB also, Lipa na M-Pesa applications was being attacked by the same type of attack. And it's actually a very simple attack that maybe you take a week to learn and you can also create. So the question I have, and especially to the techies inside this particular wonderful auditorium, do you believe there is a way you can be able to prevent a DDoS attack? Distributed denial of service attack. Now for those guys who don't understand, let me put it this way. It's good that my presentation is not so much of what Daktari was showing you guys about machine learning. And he was scaring some people and he said, if you're not a mathematician, you can't really handle this. A DDoS attack, for those who don't understand, let me try to explain it in layman's language. Now imagine 20 people are talking to you in a loud voice at the same time. Now take that to 1,000 people talking to you at the same time, saying different things, and they want a reply or an answer. So that is what really happens to our systems in relation to DDoS attack. So do you think there is a way you can be able to prevent a DDoS attack? A very good student said, you can use Cloudflare, and then he talked about receiving at least 50 million requests per second, which is quite amazing. So the question is, what if it gets to 60 million requests a second? Then what? Another genius said, load balancing. Okay, load balancing. In total, how many requests? They say maybe 500 million requests per second. Okay. What if it gets to 600 million requests per second? What next? Then you combine both of them. Cloudflare, load balancing. Cumulatively, how many? 1 million requests per second? Oh, good, great, amazing. What if it gets to 2 million requests per second? It's a question for debate for another day. So the main emphasis is on training. Whether you are technical staff, whether you're not, it's to focus on training. Because without a human firewall, we as bad or as good as dead. Now, I know the tech guys in the house, when you're talking about tech, they always tend to, yeah, I mean, I'm good to go. And cybersecurity, sorry to say this, in my own opinion though, I feel it has not been appreciated well enough. At least guys are now talking about it because recently we had some few attacks here and there. I really don't know why, but is it, do we need to ask for more attacks for this to be taken seriously? If you want to get into cybersecurity because of money, you will only go as far as my height. Of course, there is money, come on. I will not be working for the company if they don't pay me. But if you have a purpose, can you be able to save something or someone? Do you have what it takes from your heart to save? I'm talking about the blue team guys. But even for you to be in a red team, for you to be an attacker, you need to be able to understand better. You need to be able to defend it for you to be able to know how to attack it. If you don't know how the defense side is really thinking, you can't do much. So all these particular courses, we have them at Cyberpro Global. The blue team, the red team, DevSecOps, executive training, awareness training. Now, I think I've mentioned that I like money, just like some of you guys. And as the one in charge of training, we used to have free classes for guys twice a week. We used to have a good number of guys, especially from universities. Then I stopped it. Then I told my boss I've stopped the free training. It should now be premium one or paid one. Then he was very mad. Told me, no, we are continuing with the free training. But you know, since it's not around, since he pays me, I mean, why not? That is how passionate he is. And a company is only as good as its leader, boss, and the employees. So we fought with him a lot until, you know, he won. Now, imagine at our training center, before then, and even right now, we do have certifications for guys for free. And it's very intense course. The question one of the guys asked in some meeting, so really guys, you can't tell us. There's a company which we really fought to have a free training with them, and the whole point was, why don't you want to be paid? What are you gaining? Because it's a matter of, you're getting this, I'm getting that. And a very good answer that I gave them was, what we will gain is to make sure that you guys have understood pretty well when we live here about cybersecurity. So dear students, I had a letter for you, not really students, to whom it may concern. And it's good, the president for ISACA talked about it. The president of ISACA talked about it, Mercy. She said, the conference is about bridging cybersecurity skills gap, but come on, you live out here, you search for cybersecurity jobs, you don't get a feedback. The question is not seeing a post about cybersecurity and applying. The question is, are you skilled enough? Are you the right person for the job? Unfortunately, in our field, when you go to apply for a job, it's not just about papers. It's about what you can do. Like Nancy talked about in her panel discussion. She said, most organizations actually that I know of, they will kick you off with a technical interview. A CTF, capture the flag. You fail that, nobody cares if you have a doctorate or you've just finished high school, nobody cares. You can't pass a CTF, that's it. Because they want to be able to take the best batch in. It's not a trial and error. It's a very serious field that requires very serious people. So again, to whom it may concern, You are crying that you want jobs, you're crying that there are no opportunities, but when we are given the opportunities, one, do we have what it takes? That is the first question. There is no good thing, and I learned the hard way, there is no good thing without sacrifice. You want a good thing, you want a good life, you need to sacrifice. Unless you're extremely lucky, ama wewe uko na ujanja kidogo. But if you want genuine way, if you want a good thing in life, you need to sacrifice a lot. My boss once told me something. Can you sacrifice your 3 years so that it creates your 15 years ahead of you? Is it something we are capable of doing as young guys, as young generation? That question is very difficult to answer because of, sleep, sherehe, and we want the easy way out, which is actually not practical in this particular aspect. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Cyberpro Global. We are very open for business, we're open for training, and just to repeat on, we do offer different types of training, executive training, awareness training, technical training. We also do DevSecOps. There was a gentleman here who was asking about that. Blue team, red team, cloud security, all that. An interesting thing, there was a time we had openings for new positions. So 2 guys applied as cybersecurity analysts, and I was lucky enough to be on the interview panel. I went full blast on them. Then my boss called me out and told me, he has very many years of experience in the industry. So he told me, I want us to look at only one thing, actually 2 things. All of them have papers, yes, which is very important. But I want us to look on 2 aspects only, passion and interest. Then the rest can follow. We can be able to develop them. It really got me thinking. So if you're just in for the money, okay, I can only wish you all the best. Cybersecurity only focuses on 3 parts. If we can be able to sort them out, then we should stop having such kind like forums. 3 parts only. Confidentiality of data, integrity of data, and accessibility, really. Availability of data. That's it. If we can get a way through which this particular aspect can be 100% complete, that's it. Nothing much, nothing less. But how do you make a system so secure that it will be very hard for hackers? Very difficult. I'm not saying impossible. Very difficult for hackers, and still make it accessible to people. For example, I know maybe most of us have used M-Pesa or the use. Imagine if you're paying for something, you've gone for shopping and you're paying, and then they're asking you your date of birth, city where you were born, your mother's last name or maiden name, all these questions. And then the last part, you now have to key in your PIN. And you fail either of the questions. And then, your accounts gets locked. You have to call the call center for them to help you out. That will be the best in terms of security, because it will be very hard for a hacker to get all these things right. But now, to you as a user, is it a viable option? Do you need to answer all these questions for you to be able to access your money? So it's very hard to create a balance between the 2. Cybersecurity, just like physical security, as they always say, it will always start with you. We have been lucky enough to work with a couple of companies that do develop softwares. And they work so hard, the engineers, they work so hard to make sure that we have a very safe and secure product. Only for the user to come, somebody calls them, they tell them, I sent you money, your account has been locked. So you have to, key in your PIN. Then the money is gone. Security starts with the user. So if you're not trained enough, if you're not keen enough, if you don't have the right information, it becomes very difficult this is not a one-man's job. This is not just an IT job. It is everybody's tech. It's everybody's responsibility. Thank you so much. I think I've shared everything I had, and we're in the innovative age, and with a lot of innovation comes a wide area of attack surface visibility. So a lot of innovations comes with a lot of attack surface visibility. Talking about digital infrastructure, making Kenya digital by 2030. Which plan do we have? Are we really ready? I really do appreciate what the ICT authority is doing. I know they're in the house. I really do appreciate what they're doing. They're doing amazing work, especially in setting up Wi-Fi's and public Wi-Fi's at our remote places for our, the elder guys at home, our shoshos, our moms and dads, and our older uncles and aunties. But the question I have for them, I know they have that in plan, but I would just like to emphasize on the security aspect. Do we have a safe cyber security plan for the digital transformation? I think that's it. Thank you so much for that. Before he comes and he chases me away, I would like to have any question, just for 5 minutes, Q&A. Any questions? Kuna mtu ananiomba job? Yes, Prof.
Microphone, please.
Sorry guys, I was kidding. There's no vacancies.
Thank you for that very good presentation. So mine is not a technical question. Human beings tend not to value free things. So from your experience, how is the turnout? Do the people who come for training, do they go the whole journey? Do they finish? What's the dropout rate? Maybe if you charge something small, they'd increase it. I don't know.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Prof. Human beings, I don't know what we like. The problem with, we usually get most guys coming in, the young generation guys coming in. The challenge we have is whenever you hear about a cybersecurity training, the first thing you think of is hacking. Well, that is what the first thing we do. We demystify that in our program. When you come there, 101 in our academy is infrastructure. You need to understand networks pretty well and how packets are sent from point A to point B. You need to understand how an endpoint works, how communication works, how databases do work. From there on, it's whereby we can talk about attack methodology, we can talk about anatomy of an attack, we can talk about how to defend it, and then we can talk about how to attack it. And it takes time. But unfortunately, for us, yeah, guys, we don't have that time. We come there the first day, there's no hacking. These guys are wasting my time. You go to YouTube. There's a very famous channel, I've forgotten the name. They will teach you good stuff, actually. It's very simple. Kali Linux is an open source. You get it, you install it, you go to YouTube, upgrade, get to Metasploit, create a payload for an Android device, set it up. The person installs it, it hides itself. You're able to create a connection. You can be able to take photos from where you are, remotely control the device. But the question comes in after that, then what? Can you maintain the connection? What is the post after that? Because the moment that person switches off the phone, turns it on back again, you have lost the connection. You have to go again and open the application. So these things take time. It's not a matter of getting in and I'm a hacker. It takes time. Good things take time. So guys coming in, we have a few who remain, but the ones who remain, I'm very grateful that after that free version, they are able to ask, we need the premium version now. Because now from the premium version, you can be able to access simulations, real-time scenarios. We take you through more and more, 100% times hands-on compared to the free version. So the turnout is usually very good, but immediately they get there, they find you guys are teaching networks, for example, or databases. They get bored. These guys, man. So I don't know if I've answered the question, Prof. So good things take time. If you can be patient enough, at the end of the day, I can assure you that you can be a wholesome cybersecurity practitioner. Any other question? Yes, yes, please. And as he's getting the microphone, guys, I want us to think about, there's so many young guys in the room, and I want us to think about our lives. Next year we'll be having Cyberweek 2024, and I would like to see all their faces again, like I said. I don't want just to see the normal guys coming on stage. The normal guys we always meet everywhere we go. In any tech event, they're there. What about you? What about you? When will you be able to stand here and talk? You don't need 10 years of experience. Even the 6 months you have learned something. Come share with the world what you have known. Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Samuel. I hope I'd be there next year. Yes, I was asking, do Cyberpro Global have an office in Kenya where someone can walk in? Another thing I was asking, how can I apply for those chances? Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Sam, for the question. Yes, we do have an office in Kenya, Hurlingham. For those who have been to Hurlingham, just Hurlingham stage if you're using a matatu. If you're not, then opposite Java. We're just opposite Java. It's a building called APA Arcade, first floor. We have our lab there. And getting the chances, we have an exhibition desk just outside on 5th floor. You can go talk to my team there, and then they can be able to share the link, or have your contacts, and then they'll be able to share the link. Yeah, thank you for that, Sam. But when you come, don't just come with the intentions of being a hacker day one. And if we train guys how to be hackers, but ethically, of course, ethically. And then at the end of the course, we tell you whatever you want to do with the information is up to you. I was trying to be funny. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
How do you convince a boss for constant training on cybersecurity? Let's say the organization hasn't been attacked. Let's say you convinced them the first time to do a training, they did a budget on that, but it hasn't been attacked. So how do you convince the management that we need constant training on this and to prepare as an IT person? Yes.
Okay. Convincing. I learned to be very patient because of the job I'm having, because sometimes I interact with bosses and they can take you around the clock. Now, it's very important that also I want to acknowledge what the government is doing. For example, there's a body regulating fintech. Take an example of SACCOS. We have SASRA. So you need to have training for your staff, awareness training for compliance. Okay? And then at least, I'm so sorry to say this, but at least we have been hacked a couple of times. So they can be able to see the intensity of this. Sometimes the guy is always in there, just waiting. Taking time, buying time, learning everything. There's a time we went to do penetration testing to a very senior bank in the country. Then the moment we started our procedure, we were attacked. You know, we were attacked. Apparently it was a ransomware just waiting to explode from their network. So that particular training is not really acknowledged so much. I wouldn't say just in Kenya, but in Africa. But I think we are on the right path. So convincing them is not that as hard as it used to be back then. It's a little easy because of the South Sudanese guys. Yeah. So it's not so much hard of a job. As long as they know you can do it, and actually you can do it if you're given the job, the name always sells out by itself. Yeah. It's just like somebody knows you can cook well. You don't have to, you just have to say, okay, these are my charges. Yeah. Any other?
So my name is Joseph. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I would like to ask if I sacrifice my time to come and training and I become a hacker. Are you guaranteeing me to...
An ethical hacker.
Yeah, the white cap hacker. Are you guaranteeing me, not only me, someone, a job or something, if I can offer my full time to the training?
My boss will say yes, and I will also say yes. But, you know, the whole point comes into, we can give you the necessary skills and what it takes to be a wholesome cybersecurity, whether you want an analyst or an engineer. But the question is, do you have what it takes? It is not just time, it is more of time, yes, interest and passion. So getting you a job is not that hard, but the question is, will I be comfortable sending you out to an industry with my name on it, and I'm sure you will be able to take up the task? If I'm sure, yes. And if I'm not sure, yeah.
So since I've taken time with you, like you have mentored me, you have trained me, and you know who I am, you know you stay with someone for a while, you know the character and behavior.
Yes.
Are you guaranteeing me for like a place?
Yes, yes. The answer is yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
But you have to, of course, pass our exams.
Okay, thank you.
Which is mostly research-based.
Yes, are the classes online or physical? You have to be there physically or...
It's a cocktail. It's a mixture of both.
Okay.
But mostly we do virtual. But during exams, sorry guys, we have cards, we have exams, and then we have the research. So during all the exams, you have to be on premise. Yeah. And I really know how to man an exam, so. Any other question?
Hello everyone. My name is Michael, and my question is on, there is this technology called blockchain, where cryptocurrencies are built on. And my question is, I have been a victim of hack. I have been hacked some cryptos. And my question is there a gap in blockchain that can be filled with cybersecurity?
Okay, Mike, I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that you went through that. This is how we'll answer that question. In cybersecurity, there's a lot of career path. There's a wide area of career path, and yes, the answer to your question is yes. But just to elaborate more on it, it will be it's very hard for me to say what I want to say, but it's good that new technology is coming up. Just like I said, innovation brings along a very wide attack surface area visibility. And just like torrent, okay? Allow me to answer it using torrent. I will give you the site. I'm sure maybe most of you know, 1337x.to. It's a site you can get free softwares, free movies. But if you decide to go and access the site, that's on you. Because you're putting yourself out there to anybody who wants to do whatever they want to do. It's a very good thing that we are taking up the mantle and getting digital and getting on the front line of these technologies. But also, if you have so much to lose, there is no harm in just doing more research on that particular technology before you can dive deep and invest a lot of time, resources in it. Because the problem with so much untested technology is what happened to you. And a good example is also IoT. IoT is a very good technology, but it has a lot of vulnerabilities because it needs to stay in the market. And what happens when it stays in the market? So many guys are able to do so many things on them. Until now, the developers or other engineers can be able to take it up and patch it up. So yes, there is a cybersecurity course on blockchain. Yeah. But don't forget about new technology. It's good to research on it. It matters security before you can, use so much of the research on it. Yes.
Hi.
You good?
Okay. Hi, my name is Anthony, and I'm in the recruitment space. I wanted to understand the talent landscape in Africa, particularly Kenya, in terms of cybersecurity. are we actually ready for the digital transformation that's about to happen or that is happening? And are companies building into the ecosystem by training juniors to become seniors, or are they stealing talent from each other?
Oh boy, I was avoiding that. I will answer that question in two perspectives. In my own opinion, and as a professional. So please take the professional part more. In my own opinion, I don't think we are. Unfortunately, I don't think we are. When we go fully into a digital kind of like a program, that means that all our data is on cloud, or most of it. And what really triggers hacking is financial or political gain. So we are so much vulnerable, having that we have a wider skills gap in the sector, it becomes very tricky to say that we are prepared and ready to fully digitize the country, in my own personal opinion. But as professional, yes, we are ready. We will go digital. But we need to really look at the two aspects closely. It's like when you want to talk about me, and you don't talk about, food. You can't talk about the two. You can't separate the two. When you're talking about digital infrastructure, a very good cybersecurity plan needs to be intertwined together. And I am not fully comfortable about the plan that we have in terms of cybersecurity. It's good that we take that public Wi-Fi to our villages at home, but do those older, or rather, guys who didn't go to school much, understand the risks that it comes with? Because they will be able to do transactions with them. The other day, I think what were guys from which place? Is it Kericho? They got tea. There was the whole thing about people now moving to get money in Kericho. I'm avoiding to say what it was exactly. Or imagine this particular person has gotten a lot of money on tea, and he's able to, or she is able to make transaction using the public Wi-Fi. Because we like free things, yeah? So imagine your money being swept away by someone because of using a public Wi-Fi. Imagine the intensity of it. So the question we have, do we have plans to make them aware of the risks? Are we ready to take on the risks? I haven't seen so much personally, in my own personal opinion. So being ready means we have to really integrate the cybersecurity and the digital infrastructure. And it's good that you are in the recruitment industry. Guys, you've seen who can give you a position. About skills gap, I want us to get it right. We are talking about Africa's skills gap, the cybersecurity skills gap in Africa. But at the same time, we are talking about guys not having jobs. So where is the line? The line comes in here. Guys having the right skills for the right job. That is the only line. Having the right skills for the right job. Have I answered questions? Okay. Perhaps I can take just one more so that we don't take much time. Or two. Okay. Okay. One? Okay.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm John. My question is, what career path did you take yourself to get to where you are at the moment?
Wow, okay. Both undergrad and postgrad, it's computer science. And back then, I used to be in software engineering. I used to get some money out of it, good money actually. But I wanted something that could give me thrill, something that could make me wake up every day and want to go to work. And in all the fields and disciplines of computer science, it's definitely cybersecurity. So that's how I got myself into cybersecurity and the whole journey. It's been long, it's been tiresome, but it's worth it.
How can you compare computer science versus doing directly, maybe a degree or a master's in cybersecurity directly rather than computer science?
Okay. Now, computer science basically is the whole science behind how computers operate. There's a lot of physics, of course, in it, a lot of math. You learn a lot of stuffs, machine learning, software engineering, networks, database. And what I feel it did for me, it gave me a wider range of, perception towards understanding the whole world, the whole infrastructure of ICT. So it's easy for me to handle something in security on cloud, on networks, on databases, and endpoints. It becomes so easy. I relate very easily with it because I understand the deeper version of it. And about going directly into cybersecurity, it's also a very good plan. I think you will have more leverage because it will take you lesser time. Because after school, I had to do a couple of things for me to fully be a whole cybersecurity practitioner. So both ways are good, just depends on what you want to achieve. I don't just want to understand cybersecurity alone, but I wanted to have a whole perception of all this. But if you purely want to take cybersecurity, it's okay. Thank you so much, guys, for that. Thank you, the MC. I know I've taken time overboard. And for any other questions, we will meet after the session. Thank you so much.
He is so passionate about speaking about cybersecurity and training that I am sure even now he is continuing with the same topic. He can answer your questions online and on site. Anytime. He doesn't sleep. Okay, I don't know what time he sleeps. But he gets to answer so many questions about training. He advises young people. He talks to everyone. Because we do awareness training also. So, yeah, he's available. He's reachable. He can answer all your questions. But now I'm going to bring another conversation, which is still Cyberpro. Why are we here? Or what do we do? This is a tough one, but it's a simple one. We sell mouse. From a mouse to a mainframe server. So you can imagine a mainframe server and a mouse, the one that you play around with on your desk. So if you're a student and you need a mouse, call us. We'll sell it to you. If you need a laptop, call us. We'll sell it to you. 13th generation. Stop using 7th generation. You were warned yesterday that this generation, some of the lower ones, are risky. And I'm not sure, Prof, what computers you're using in your lab, but we have some new generations that we can sell to the university. We'll give you a very nice low quote. We won't make a lot of money, just a little. And we upgrade your lab. What else do we do? IT managed services, project management, IT solutions, backup recovery solutions, system and database configurations, cloud services, enterprise architecture, cybersecurity and incident response, pen testing, cybersecurity managed services, network security, cloud security, audit and consultancy. And the naming can continue. So I'll say at Cyberpro, we have seen it all, but we are still moving forward, starting from when email was introduced. I am sure those who in college now do not know how email was introduced to Kenya. I can just tell you that in 1993, email was introduced. There was something called a CC mail, DOS. We were using DOS-based email, and the modems then were dial-up. You have to go connected to your laptop, to your computer, and it has to connect through telecom, through posta. There was no internet. You have to go through posta, and you connect, and then you send your email. So one time we were training on CC mail, and they're like, email cannot replace a fax. Imagine you're training someone on email, how to send email, and they're like, okay, you cannot replace a fax. A fax is you put a paper on a machine, and the same paper comes out on the other side. So how do you type message and it goes and it appears somewhere? Yes. Today my daughter, who is, my son, who is 9, has an email. She sends email, but anyway, that's another story. Cybersecurity is here, and it's going to grow. And it's everywhere. Internet of Things. Everything is connected. The question is, are you scared of learning or studying? Okay, fine, you're not scared. But some of our parents are scared. When you mention to them, I want to be a hacker, they're like, get out of my house. You want to be what? Hackers are criminals. Hackers are not criminals. Hackers are good. They are teaching us how to protect our systems, because they can be ethical. So you have to do awareness training to your grandmother so that she can understand that a hacker is a good person if they are ethical. Of course, they are bad ones. But I think the conversation has been so good for the 3 days that if I start talking now, I'll get emotional. But I am not going to get emotional because we have visitors. And imagine we spoke for 3 days waiting for our special guests. And it is an honor to imagine having a guest. Instead of going to them, they come to you. You're supposed to go and visit them, but then they come to you. So we are so honored to have our special guest, because we only have one message. Please, our guest. It wasn't a big document that we were going to bring to you and say, these are academicians, they are researchers. A big document that we want this one now, go study it. This is, no. It's just something small, which I'm going to say in a very few words so that everyone understands. In fact, other questions or interactions will be free, but the main message that we wanted to give it to you is the academia led by University of Nairobi and the industry led by Cyberpro and government led by Kenya School of Government have a request on the evaluation, or what you're reviewing. You're reviewing the ICT framework and laws. But then the 3 representatives of the rest have a request, a humble request. When you're framing the laws of ICT or evaluating them, please, and I'll tell you why, consider a cyber security research Center, a national cyber security research center for the country. That is a request. In fact, there is nothing else, because the moment we have a national cyber security research center, all other issues that are related to cybersecurity will be solved. Why? The academia teach and do research. So the academia can do research, will do research, they are doing research. It's not that they are not doing research, it's there, but it's everywhere. We just want a repository kind of a center where whoever is doing research, it can be accessed and managed by law and a framework, so that the whole country benefits. And that's how the School of Computing came about, and informatics, so that we look at how can we contribute to the development of our country in terms of IT, cybersecurity, and all that, yeah. So that's one. The industry is where research is done, because they're the ones interacting with hardware, software, anything that is IT. So the collaboration between the industry and academia is key in terms of the research. Now, the industry is the one that runs all softwares, all hardwares, all anything that is IT. They can participate. If they discover they need a talent, they can sponsor that talent. But it needs to be organized. It needs to be organized so that it passes through an organized structure, so that the research is also organized and is accessible. Now, the government, you know, it will be a very bad behavior for me to tell you as our visitors what government does, because you know, and you're doing your job, and you're doing very well, and we appreciate the framework. It's the laws, it's the legislation, that is how you support everyone else. So, but then you see, the government also sits on two fronts. The government is also a business, because it has a digital framework. It is, everything government is digital. So you can't say what is digital asset for government is different from what is digital asset for the industry. It's all digital. So the government sits on two parts, industry and government, where they do the framework. So again, Cyber Security Research Center at the University of Nairobi, which is interdisciplinary, meaning every department at the university will have a representation at the research center. It doesn't stop there. The model is also a simple one, with a representation from all other universities. So the center, it's here, is in Nairobi University, but it is not for Nairobi University, it is national. So that it has a representation from public and private universities. Now, with that kind of a structure, we will solve so many issues that we are facing in terms of cybersecurity. So I believe I have delivered the message. In fact, it was like a little bit nervous.
I was a little bit nervous. I didn't know that I can actually I can deliver that message because it was so heavy on my shoulders. Now I'm feeling a little bit lighter. I can climb these stairs running. It was heavy. Heavy, but light, but very important for all of us. Someone said, do you know the government? You don't just talk to the government in public. I said, who is the government? He said, the people are coming. I said, but I am government. They're like, what? Are you government? Government of the people, by the people, yeah, that kind of narration. It's real. I mean, they are servants leadership. We contribute to the development of the country, all of us, from whatever profession, from academia, industry, government. It's our government. It's our country. It's our Africa. It's contribution. It's an idea. It doesn't have to be just the way I said it, but it's a message. It's up to them now to decide how they're going to structure it, how they are going to put laws into it, how they're going to make sure that we are all covered, so that we'll be safe, we'll be safer when we are organized. Being disorganized, we will be hacked, I can tell you, because they are watching. And I'll tell you why. I'll give you, but they don't want, maybe they didn't want to say, me to say, but we have M-Pesa. Who else has M-Pesa in the world? Have you ever asked yourself, we have M-Pesa. M-Pesa has influenced money in Africa and in the world. And there are some professionals here who have been asking some pretty serious questions. When you send M-Pesa money, who verifies that this transaction is really genuine? Or I'm giving an example of a credit card. And we got data researched by a professor who understands. Who verifies the credit card, that the card is genuine and the account that the money is supposed to come from is genuine? It is not here. It is not verified here. It is verified somewhere in a server that is lying somewhere else. But do you know, if we don't come up with a framework and a policy to protect that which is Kenyan, the Americans will put their ISO into the whole process, and money transfer will become theirs. I don't know. That's my own opinion. I think maybe, but we need to protect that which is also Kenyan, because it has. So, someone else made a comment. He said, you are so popular on the global market, or the global world, the globe, somewhere. And you know what that person said? Are you from Kenya? Yes. Hey. M-Pesa and Marathon. Yeah. M-Pesa and Marathon. Who are the marathon runners? Kenyans. Of course, Ethiopians. But they are not overtaking us. But Kenya is recognized. M-Pesa and Marathon. That's the definition of a Kenyan. So anywhere outside Africa, they're like, oh, yeah, you're Kenyan. Where M-Pesa came from. We don't know. By the way, in fact, I don't even know how M-Pesa came to be, but I know I am proud to be from a country that started M-Pesa, because who is this guy who came to Kenya? Zuckerberg. Why was he here anyway? He flew all the way from America to come to Kenya. I think he wanted to buy M-Pesa. I don't know, maybe. Was M-Pesa, was there an offer to buy? I don't know. Anyway, please, welcome our guests to the stage. They will introduce themselves,
and who kindly request them to respond to our request, whether they are going to deliver our message as it is, or they would like it altered a little bit or added more. And it is their stage, by the way. It's, our guest, you're free to just confirm to us that you will take our message. Please.
It's working. Good afternoon, everybody. I think you're lucky that we're coming towards the end. So even if we want to talk for a long time, we're aware that we must leave by 5. First of all, I'd like to express our gratitude for having accepted to be here. What I would like to do is, first of all, to explain the team that is here, and then each one of us will give their own little background as to what we're doing. I think that the last speaker, I didn't get your name. It's Benjamin. You're going to get all of us arrested because we are part of a working sector team, ICT, to look at the laws, the policies, and the strategies. Many of us are actually not with the government. Based on our individual qualification experience, the government put together early last month, a team of 45 people together to look at the whole of the ICT landscape. And again, answer the kind of questions you're grappling with. Where does Kenya go from where we are? It's interesting, people are talking about, we've done the transformation. Are we looking for an ICT revolution in Kenya or an ICT transformation? Those are the things we're going to be dealing with. So, my name, I'm George Okado. I'm part of the team. I suppose I need to give you a little bit of background as to why I have the qualification to be on the team. Believe it or not, but I have a degree in computer science, because when you see the gray hair, the two don't go together. And I've been working in this industry for about 40 years. Worked with the regional bodies in this country. I worked a lot of governments, set up infamous systems in Southern Africa, West Africa. Was a director of Deloitte in the 90s on ICT. So all of us bring a lot of experience, but we're not going to focus on that today. I think it's just to give you a feel of why this particular team is important. I would like to just make one or two issues that the questions that we're asking today have always been asked. When we first got email in this country, and there's a story you didn't tell, the question was asked, should the government use email or not? And I think you might confirm, 1984, the government banned the use of email in this country. But at that point, we were answering that question. For a long time, the government really was not very keen to have its systems automated. But we've got to a stage when we ask the question, should the government automate its systems? So even where we are now, the questions you're asking, we have always asked this every time a new technology comes. So we're at a very good place. What we need to ask, let's try as a team, and we'll explain the process we are taking, try to ask the right questions so that when we put our policies and strategies together, we've answered the right questions, at least the question that covers most of our concerns. I'll be coming back to what we're doing, especially a specific area, but now I'd like to request Mr. Sano to introduce himself.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Osano Kute, and my senior has just spoken. I don't know whether I should really speak after him. I'm also, a computer scientist myself, among the first graduates from Chiromo, and I've worked in various places, including the University of Nairobi for 5 years. I was in PSRI, that's Population Studies and Research Institute. I worked in the Ministry of Finance, and also worked at Coopers & Lybrand before the merger of Pricewaterhouse and Coopers & Lybrand, and also became a director in Ernst & Young, all in ICT consultancy. I think the rest we are actually going to talk about after we've introduced ourselves, so that we get to understand exactly what we, as a team of 45, have been tasked to do, including taking on board what you said about creating a cyber security research center.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again today, wearing a different hat. I'm also part of this team. My name is Dr. David Njoga. I'm also in this sector working group, supporting one of the streams that we'll discuss in a little bit. I think for now it's a point of introduction. I think also amongst various qualifications to be fit for this job, I am not a computer scientist. I am an information scientist, having started my career with Bachelor of Science in Information Sciences. Currently, I major and specialize in cyber governance. I have worked in cybersecurity in various organizations, starting with the Kenya Defense Forces as a uniformed officer, many commercial organizations, and now I am at National Computer and Cyber Crimes Coordination Committee as the head of cybersecurity policy and standards. So this is part of the discussions because we in cybersecurity, we are there to secure the technologies that have been developed. Thank you.
Just a brief one before Joel introduces himself. And I think in order to understand the role he's playing, just need to talk about how we're organized as the sector working group. The Ministry of Information and Communication appointed a team to look at the ICT landscape. Now, that's a big landscape to look at. But in order for us to work, we were divided into various interest groups. One of which, Benjamin, is cybersecurity. That group exists where he is. There's a group on software and software services, which we will be talking about. There's a group on infrastructure. There's a group of media. Even media and broadcasting has been brought in. And there's a group on innovation and digital skills. So we're about 8 groups that have been divided into. And that's how we're running. Now, within each of the groups, we have research assistants, research fellows, who collect, and we'll be talking about the process with all of you so that you understand. So one of our research assistants, we're here with him, and I think he needs to introduce himself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joel Kangogo.
you have heard, I'm the research assistant of the software and software services thematic group. To talk about a little about my educational backgrounds, I have a bachelor's degree in information technology, and I majored in software engineering. So tech-wise, or maybe to talk about the career path, I am a radio frequency engineer for a company based in US called J-Class Solutions. I also work for a company in US as a software engineer called LD Talent, which they outsource software engineers all over the world. So I work remotely as a freelancer. I think I don't have much. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I've talked about the structure. The structure, we have a chairman and two deputy chair in this committee. The chairperson actually is Professor Mololo, Tim Waema, from the University of Nairobi. We then have two deputy chairs, one who is in charge of IC technology and the other in broadcasting. Now, out of these groups, the process we have taken is as follows. In terms of to see how the reason we're also here is we're doing research to understand the background of what it is we're taking over. And our terms of reference fall in three areas. The first one, we need to understand the laws, strategies that exist and that are implemented. We need to understand the legal framework that exists. And then the one area, which I think we all, when you're talking about setting up a research institute, is institutional arrangements. We have institutions that are responsible for cybersecurity in this country. We have those who are interested in infrastructure. We have public institutions responsible for networking. And we want to understand what's the optimum way to put these processes. And that's the first thing we're doing. I believe that at the moment, we have now on the Ministry of Information website, we should have a form that is looking for the public views at that level. And each one of you should be able to check and give some of the proposals that you're making now. Now, having done that, each group, when we look at software and software services, we need to get a little deeper into it, understand what are the specific issues. Yes, the issues of software will affect cybersecurity, will be interlinked to infrastructure in terms of transportation of the software. Now, but we need to look at specific issues that affect the software. And some of the issues, thinking from the top of our head, are things such as, do we really have a software industry? I remember Dr. Gitao, who many of you may be familiar with. She kept saying, or the last comment I heard from her was that in Kenya, we do not have software engineers. We have got software, wanaitwa watu gani, watu wa mkono. People who get the Microsoft products and work with them. But I think what is it that we have created that would create a livelihood for us as software engineers? Those are the issues we want to look at. And again, I'm not going to be political, but when you look at the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, one of the issues they want to raise is that ICT should also give us a livelihood, should be part of livelihood. Not just support the commercial businesses, which is important, but do we actually have a software industry in Kenya? And what the issues that, in order for us to create it, what are the issues? And if you are to have that industry, what then are the issues we need to consider in terms of cybersecurity? I think a lot of us develop software, but all you need to do is to spend half an hour on it and you break into it. No, those are the things that we are now going into and considering. So the process we have taken now is that after we have done the research that we're all doing, the next thing now we want to do is to get public views on what you think. And part of the reason we came here is that we would like to have, we're expecting to have a public participation online, and from, is it the 17th of this month? Or thereabouts, we can give you the date, in which you come and express yourselves. And then out of that, we'll again come up, analyze that, come back to you and say, these are the emerging areas in terms of software. And you make a further input, and then out of there, we shall now make final recommendations, which will be looking at what are the policies that the government should put in place? What is the legislative framework in order to support the policy decisions being made? What should be the institutional arrangements? You were talking about having, someone talked about having a cybersecurity research institute. Someone is talking about having a cybersecurity excellence center. Now, out of all these proposals, we need to come up with something that is practical and that can go ahead. And that's why we've come to be able to have a chat with you. And most importantly, if you can't remember anything else I've said today, what you understand is the whole process is anchored on public participation. We would like to hear the views, I think, of everybody. But at the moment, the people most under pressure in this country are the youth that are looking for a livelihood. And how can software industry become a livelihood for you? Those are the process that we're taking through. I'd like to request my colleagues to make a few more comments, then we shall have an interactive session.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think to summarize what George Okado is saying is that our task is to demystify ICT. When I hear something like we need to train our grandmothers back home about cybersecurity, I shudder, because that is not their duty. We need to find out laws that will protect the data that is held anywhere in the country. And you talked about government having data, and there's also data in private sector hands. That is not true. All data belongs to government. They control it, and therefore we must come up with some ways and means of protecting that data and mining that data so that we can have information for decision making for the progress of the country. So we are, as much as we have ICT background, our duty is to try and synthesize the information that we'll be getting from you and from our knowledge of yesteryears to come up with ways and means of using technology to better our lives. That's basically the long and short of what our task is supposed to be. Coming to the creation of the Cybersecurity Research Center, yes, that's something we have in mind. But it's not only about creating the Cybersecurity Research Center at the University of Nairobi. There are even some recommendations that, or suggestions that we should have a specialized institute for ICT that will actually do training from kindergarten all the way to PhD level. But those are suggestions. They should actually be coordinating the training such that research is also done through the coordination of that institute, where every university is involved, because in Kenya, I think we have the University of Nairobi was the pioneer university on ICT. But we have things like JQuat, universities like JQuat. We have Multimedia University. We have DKUTS, Dedan Kimathi. We have Kenyatta University. We have Jomo Masinde Muliro. There are quite a number of them. Now, we need to find a way of coordinating the training so that everybody uses technology and are not necessarily scared of technology. One of the things we need also to demystify is the use of high level or talking above everybody's head as technologists. You know, I don't have to be an automotive engineer to know how to drive a vehicle. So as technologists, we also need to demystify that. Must somebody know how to be a cybersecurity person for them to use technology? Maybe not. So we are going to look at everything else that will help us use technology for development purposes. So we've taken your view, and I want to emphasize that we are not necessarily government. We are you. But we're working for government to come up with something that's going to help all of us in managing the ICT and the digital economy in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think yesterday, for those who are there or those who can remember, I gave you some assignments. Certainly, I was preempting you into this public participation exercise that is ongoing. That as Kenyans, as stakeholders from industry, academia, we have an opportunity to shape our future insofar as adoption or digital transformation is concerned. Indeed, it is something that is inevitable. I think somebody has asked me for that. Are we certain that we are secure to continue with our ICT investments? And my answer will always be yes. We are cyber ready. We have a secure cyberspace because that is the only button that we can press to move forward. We cannot chicken out because of the cyber insecurities that we see left, right, center. So part of what we are doing, like I mentioned, in the thematic area of cybersecurity in the ICT sector working group, we are looking at various instruments that exist and look at the adequacy of them to drive this country forward. Speakers have mentioned even today that we normally develop technologies, we adopt them, then we chase after them to secure them, even to legislate, to have regulations that can deal with them. So those are some of the things that we are looking at. That as it is, are we aligned with our cybersecurity activities? And I mentioned that we have a national cybersecurity strategy, 2022 to 2027, that we need to be alive to in whatever we are doing. And it has got very good initiatives that could support our leap into securing our cyberspace. We also have cyber laws, and some are also being developed. I mentioned them. But as those happen, we must also be alive to other ICT laws and other laws in Kenya and regulations. Those will also take care of other institutional frameworks and capacities that exist. I think I mentioned already that the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act regulations are already talking to establishment of cybersecurity centers of excellence and harmonizing national cybersecurity training so that we have custom-made rather than copy-pasted cybersecurity curricula that is not relevant to our unique Kenyan ecosystem. Again, as this happens, we must also be alive to the other national agenda, especially our national strategy, which is embedded in the Vision 2030, as well as the short-term plans like the Kenya Kwanza agenda, fifth agenda of digital superhighway and creative economy. So that is where we are. So let's have these conversations together as Kenyans. It would make more sense to propose to us what you think we should do to protect the public Wi-Fis, which are doing a good job to the people in my village because of the high cost of data bundles and so on, rather than criticizing the insecurities that are imagined. Thank you.
All right, I'll give our research assistant to say something. What I'm hoping we can do, there are two things. One, we can take some proposals from the floor today, but clearly, those will not be comprehensive. We'll also give you an address in which, if you didn't give them, where you can participate in all the groups of your interest during this process. It's a process that is likely to take 6 months, so we all still have a chance. The important thing that you must find time and make your proposals. Joel.
Okay, thank you. My role is to identify the agencies and their roles in thematic area, that's software and software services. And we are reviewing the existing policies, strategies, legal notices, and regulatory frameworks affecting software and software services. So I was looking in this era of technology, software development and cybersecurity. So it's really dynamic, and we need to review the legal which is governing this industry. So as I've said, I'm working as a remote radio frequency engineer. If you look the status of software development in Kenya and compare it with what is happening internationally, so we need a framework that takes care what we are developing locally and the international market, so that as graduates, because when graduates come from university, you find the programming languages, let's say the programming languages or the technologies which are being taught, and what is there in industry, it's quite, you get, it's what the knowledge you are coming out from the university is not what is applicable in the industry. Like for example, someone talked about C programming language and other legacy programming languages that they were being taught those days. So industry now focuses on the tech stacks, the frameworks, and the new technologies. So if you look at the laws, the legal frameworks and the strategies, maybe it's changing over time. So we are trying to identify what is currently available, then we come up with, we analyze their strengths and weaknesses so that we develop new strategies that adopts the new markets and emerging technologies. So among the agencies, we have several agencies we are looking at. The Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy has 2 state departments, the Broadcasting and Telecommunications and ICT, Department of ICT and Digital Economy. So in each, we have categorized the agencies that we have identified, and we are analyzing their individual policies and regulatory frameworks. So I think this is an ongoing process. That's why we are engaging, we are trying to extract public views on the same. So among the questions, I think you will be guided on the questions we are asking. So thank you.
All right, we don't want to send you to sleep. So what we really like is you've had a little bit, it's fairly high level, and we're in the very initial stages. So we think this is important that we're talking to you in the initial stages. What I'm now looking for is get some brief comment from yourselves in terms of what you have said, if there's something you want us to clarify, as we firm up the process, and we also firm up particularly the process of consulting with you. Thank you. Any takers? Who is the brave one to throw the stone? The first stone?
Oh, I was just asking for a clarification of how you're making the public aware that they can participate, because for me personally, I didn't know they could.
Maybe 3 at a time? You can have that. 3 questions at a time.
That's number 2. Third question.
Good evening. My question is about the Center of Excellence in regards to cybersecurity. You have said that it is being planned on being developed, and you're in the process of coming up with how to initiate it. So I was inquiring on how we as students or people who are entering into the entire field of cybersecurity, how can we contribute, or how are we placed within the plans of this particular project?
All right.
Hello.
Right. Thank you so much for being here. Your presence is really appreciated. My question is regarding some of the decisions that you're going to make. We've seen previous regimes try and come up with legislation regarding, for example, the ICT practitioners. And I remember there was a lot of pushback because some of the sectorial players felt like there was sort of an infringement into some of the policies that were being made. So what kind of the safeguards are you going to put in place so that whatever measures that you propose, there's a lot of buy-in and not that pushback from the stakeholders? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'll start with the last. As we work, we are also really finding, some of those issues of the pushback that happened. There are some industry-sponsored or individual person-sponsored bills. There's a particular bill right now, which I'm not able to remember the name, which is so focused on a given supplier in the country. Now, what we have actually come up and said is that that is the kind of bill that we will actually make sure that does not see the color of light, because we need to come up with something that protects everybody throughout protects everybody in the country, as far as ICT is concerned. Then I'll try and answer the first question. Is that answered? Yeah, so that's taken care of. The first question was about public participation. By law, there's nothing that will actually take place in this country without public participation. That's there, ingrained in the Constitution. So there's, we've been a little slow in letting everybody know that what we're doing, but we're only 1 month old, So we're actually surprised that we've moved very far. So there's a questionnaire that has been created in the website of the ministry, and it will be broadcasted to everybody through various platforms so that people understand that this thing exists, so that you can actually participate and give your views on what needs to be done. Some of the things we're actually going to also be looking at is even the funding of the ICT industry. As students, for example, we need to fund your education. Where should that fund come from? We cannot wait for people from outside to come and fund your education. Education can be funded by the same industry players in this country. For example, we have the Universal Service Fund. Now, can we turn that into a technology bank, for example, where somebody, the people who are interested in ICT can go in and get funds for their education or for their research, for that matter. So those are some of the things we are actually looking at. Maybe, Dr. you can take on the other.
Thank you. On the issue of National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, from the committee which I represent, which is the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, our job is advisory and management of national frameworks. So where this Center of Excellence will be domiciled will be a decision to be made later. But what I can confirm is that we embrace a multi-stakeholders approach, a collaborative approach. So I believe once the process begins, there'll be several discussions, a lot of engagement with the players from the industry, players from academia, and so on, so that the project conception and implementation will become well harmonized. So my brother, don't worry, you are part of the process. Just keep your eyes open and be that patriotic Kenyan that participates in some of these civic duties of decision making and contributing towards futuristic reforms. Thank you.
And sorry, just to add on something, the industry itself, there'll come a time you will call those who are major players in the industry to come and actually also talk to us and give their ideas about what needs to be done. Perhaps that will be, it will be done at a later date, because I think we have around 6 months to go for, in doing this work.
Yeah, and the point I wanted to make as we go forward, you've got to have your voice, especially as the youth, the academia had, because the process of policy making, these are sites of conflict. It's the employers versus employees. The employees want to make sure their jobs are protected. The employers want to get efficiency out of it. That's a site of conflict. The business people want to have the policies reflecting them. But the others also want to make sure that they have a fair place in that one. We have between international operators as businesses and local operators. The local operators, we need to develop them, but also knowing that we also need the international community. So those are things that we'll be looking at. We have the youth versus the old. The old want to hang on. The youth want to come in. And these are, as we look at these policies, we're taking this into account. And therefore, it's really important, especially as a community. I mean, the point you've already raised when you're standing here, I wasn't sure whether you're standing here at the university or Cyberpro or Kenyan. But all those were wrapped in you, either Cyberpro. Come forward and make your positions heard.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, this is a question. Okay. Thanks. My name is Jackson Wekesa. I'm not a student. I work in the outside. I finished school. What we have realized with regard to ICT, and it's good that we appreciate what the panelists are doing, and this conference is very appropriate, is that ICT is particularly very appropriate for global competitiveness. And this conference is happening in an institution of higher learning, and that makes it even more appropriate. Because you realize that when you graduate and go outside there in the field, in the industry, that you needed to have those skills. So you realize that the other universities abroad, because I have brothers and sisters who have studied outside Kenya, the ICT is integrated in the curriculum for the university when they are training. And it is actually, the degrees are offered as a dual degree. So you'll find someone is doing a Bachelor of Commerce and Bachelor of Computer Science as a course. So he graduates with a double major or a major or with a minor in any of the two. So when you go in the field, if you are employed in a bank and they need someone who is good in financial engineering, the graduate is very much equipped more than, let's say, if you've just done directly Bachelor of Commerce. Like University of Monash in Australia, I have a sister who got a scholarship to go to New Zealand, and she realized that the education system is totally different from what we are doing here. You realize that someone who works in a bank must have known computer programming somehow. Or in an industry, if you're going to the US and you're employed in Silicon Valley in any of those companies, they need you to have understood some things which here are offered as a separate program. So even in healthcare, in public health, those guys who are doing epidemiology has revolutionized to something called system science. So as the research assistant was talking about software engineering, there's also something called system science. So there it is offered, someone who's doing a degree like in biomedical science and computer science as one program. And you'll major and minor in any of the two, depending on how you'll apply that in the industry. So I wanted to know if you are bridging the industry with academia, with the recommendations you're going to make and all those to do with Center of Excellence, if such dual degrees can be applied here. Thanks.
My name is Leslie, and I'd like to ask, as much as we said that our data is protected, how can you assure us? For example, while we were applying for this event, some of us were a bit skeptical because why do you want to know my school? Why do you want my registration number? The public might be paranoid, if I may say. So how can you assure us that our data is safe despite having the Data Act? Yeah.
Okay, so mine it's not a question, it's a suggestion or a comment. Some three comments. You mentioned that all data belongs to the government, which is good to hear, whether it's private sector or public sector. There are some areas where the government has most of the data, and that's probably where cybersecurity might be very important, like health, for example. And as much as you're looking at feedback from the public, it's good to go to also those ministries who run those systems, the hospitals and so on, and find out the challenges that they have in terms of cybersecurity. There's health, there's also education. It's good to also have feedback from the ministry people themselves on the ground. And also it's good as you're looking forward to also think outside Kenya, because Africa, we are trying to have these efforts for regional cooperation, to have people being able to move around, ESC for example. And when it comes to health data, we want people to go and get healthcare across the regions easily. So there's that interoperability that is really being mentioned a lot. It's also good to have that in mind as you're looking at what to do about securing Kenya's data. Also regionally, what should be done so that if my data is going to be used, if I'm going to visit a health facility in Uganda, for example, how to protect my data. Then the one on National Cybersecurity Center, when it is established, whatever it will be established, whether it is going to be in government or universities or at a ministry somewhere, there should be some linkage between those three groups. As Benjamin mentioned, there is academia, there is also the public sector, and I can say government because of the research bit. For example, the NC4, I was just looking at their website and they have given their governance structure. There's one element they have put their research and training. So I would hope that part of it includes a number of universities or some element of research from academia, because that's where the research is sustainable, as opposed to setting up new research opportunities there. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Professor. Going to the first question, it was about the training to be ingrained in for ICT, so that ICT is actually a tool, such that when somebody is graduating, say in medicine, he has an ICT element in it, or if it's finance, an ICT element in it. Well, I may say that Kenya is a unique country. It's one of the few countries that you find a law degree as a first degree. In most universities, actually, a law degree is a second degree, because you study your primary, field, and then graduate in law in that particular field. So you specialize in your field. Commercial lawyer should actually be somebody who understands commerce, and then is a lawyer, after that. ICT should actually be that kind of a thing. In fact, that's why I mentioned that, you see, I don't want to put too much pressure on my grandmother to understand cybersecurity. I should actually tell my grandmother how to use the technology. So cybersecurity should be transferred to the government to make sure that, now to answer the other question about how sure are we that the data is safe. That is the government's role, to make sure that data is safe. In fact, that's why we're having laws. The Data Protection Act is about an individual misusing somebody's data. So we're actually pushing back this thing to the person, that we should not be in a position to be stealing data for ulterior motives. We should be human beings. Why should I get to know so much about you, which I don't need to know? And why should I spread that information to somebody else? So the laws that were actually been put in place is supposed to protect your data. And that is actually the role of government. So our role is going to find a way of coming up with those legislations that's going to help in securing that data, as the technologists also work towards making that data be secure. George?
Again, the issues you've raised, we're going to continue discussing them in detail. But there are certain principles, both local and international, that we are taking into account In general, the public-owned data is data in which public funds have been used in whatever form. That becomes public information. That's a very basic. But if no public money has been used, that's private data. And if you go to the freedom of information, those are principles we'll be taking into account. Now, in terms of us guaranteeing that your data is safe, that may be another institution may do it. What we are looking for is to get principles that make sure that if they're adhered to, they make sure your data is safe. And that's the principles we want to put. And there are already emerging frameworks in the world. If you look at the European, is it GDPR, General Data Protection Directive? Those are already there that we'll be looking at. But we don't want to go there and necessarily copy what is European. We have a population here which quite a large of it is still illiterate. How do you protect information in that kind of environment? So those principles we'll be looking at, but in the end, we should all have agreed that we have said enough and done enough to protect our individual privacy. So those are things that we'll discuss in detail. We can't finalize them here, but it's important that you bring them up. Final set before everybody starts worrying about traffic jam.
Okay, thank you. If I heard you right, you have said that this group is looking for principles that will ensure that that guarantee that we are seeking, that our data will simply be secure, will actually be provided. I think I got that right. Now, I have been in situations where, I'll give you an example. I'm assisting a client to register with the Office of the Data Protection. And the process is as simple as me providing documentation online. And within a few weeks, I actually get a certificate. Nobody visits my premises. Nobody comes to check what kind of security controls I have. But I have already been provided with a data handler certificate. How do you intend to use the principles that you wish the public to provide you with to ensure that that type of scenario is taken care of? Number two, I am a fairly technical person. Sometimes we'll actually get an attack like what we have gotten. And the government will provide us information like lookout, mitigate more, create measures, create awareness. Sometimes we in the tech field, we might want to have some more technical information, and I'll give you an example why. I want to understand this type of attack that took place. What were the behavioral characteristics of the attack? So that me, who has not been attacked yet, I can reconfigure my systems and all these things that I have to ensure that I mitigate that. That principle, by the way, is actually all over the world. And if you look at the US, what they actually do, if you get a ransom, if you get ransomware and you don't report, and the CISA comes there, the institution that actually manages the cybersecurity there, finds out that it happened like a few weeks back, they will penalize you twice more than what they're actually being requested. So my question is, how is the government trying to come up with a mechanism to provide us with that technical information about that ransomware, its behavioral characteristics, so that the rest of us can actually be a bit proactive in securing that information? Thank you.
Because your questions are complex, can I just deal with them first? And then before we go to the third, others, let me make some initial comments, response to you, and then the others. I think one of the issues, we have come in an environment that is already working. So we'll get in there, and we'll find already bad habits in place, and those are what we want to look at. There are a couple of things I think that we're aware, and they've been suggested that we must deal with. One, let's try and get someone who can enforce the laws you have put in place. In general, they are not. You're very lucky that you go online and you make an application and you're given a certificate. During COVID, I called someone and said, who can do a test for me for COVID at the airport? They gave me a name. In the evening, I had a certificate brought. And those are things that we have to work towards, making sure that once we put those laws, there's either an oversight or a system that makes sure that they're put in place. One of the other areas that we're going to extend to, and again, these are thoughts we made, how best does it work effectively, is monitoring and evaluation. We were involved, I think most of us who are here, in the development of 2016 ICT policy. There is no monitoring that will tell you what we achieved and what we didn't and why we didn't. So part of what we're going to be looking at, we're looking at oversight systems, monitoring systems, and what you're putting forward can come through. I think that's the direction we're going to go. Okay? And I would like to make sure, if I was truly the government, like you're saying, to make sure that at my next public participation you come, but I can't enforce that. I can only make a request.
Actually, that's the point I wanted to make, that you see, before that question, I'm still working on this so that we clear it. I didn't get your name, sir? Steve Kariuki. Steve Kariuki, he's going to take your name because part of what you're asking should actually be, I think you have the answers, so you need to feed those answers to us. Ours to take the, the suggestions so that we synthesize them and come up with what needs to be done. So thank you very much for making that, but we are really going to request that we take your contacts so that we can get more information from you.
That's okay.
Now I remember the other question was about how do you get a diagnostic report on the incident as it happened, which is accurate and acceptable. I think you're entitled to it. And this is no excuse, but today when you talk about computers and where have come, you don't realize where this country has come. You would go into an office, you would fill a form with your details, that may be about getting your passport. When it goes behind, it is stamped secret, and you have all the information. So we are coming from a place where we have to understand that public information should be public. So this is another area that we need to do. How does the government deal with public information such that the public is sufficiently informed of the issue, why it happened, rather than it's only informed when it happened. It happened at midnight last night and you don't need to do any more. Those are things that the issues we need to pursue. But that's the environment we've been in. When you automate, you still take on your previous habits into the current environment. Yeah, but it's no excuse.
Hello, my question is, I heard you say that the process is taking some time up to, maybe we have 6 months, so we can do.
The first phase is 3 months. After we get some initiatives by the end of November, and then after that, we expect another 3 months.
So I'm assuming like in 6 months, we'll have a clear report. Maybe you will compile the report in another 3 months, so maybe plus minus June next year, we'll have a clear report.
This team will have given a report to the government.
By June next year?
Yeah.
Okay,
now, I have made that very careful. We will have given the report to the government.
Yes.
Then the government will start the process of implementation.
I'm looking at the guys who are 4th year, they will have cleared campus and the street.
Sorry?
I'm looking at the guys who will be in fourth year now in campus. They will have cleared and be in the street. My best approach, especially to the students and the staff who are here, the people who are here, is we need to have a positive vision to the country and to the government itself. I feel one of the things us Kenyans have not really understood is patriotism, because if my learned friend here would have asked how many people read the questions he asked yesterday and the homework he told us to go and read, maybe we wouldn't get one here. First thing is to grow that patriotism for your country. Most of the war we are fighting on data and cyber and everything involves patriotism. You love your country so much, you are willing to die for your country, so you have to do what is necessary for your country. If that sinks in you, we'll have no issue of giving you the report, because we are also on our own personal NDS. We can't give all the reports about all the questions, because they'll never end. Tomorrow you come with another question, we'll also answer. Then later we find you didn't even adopt what we wanted you to adopt, and we start saying it is not kazi mtaani, it is now tujenge nyumba, and we start complaining. But once we love our country to an extent of dying for it, because people are doing that. People are sacrificing themselves for their country. The war we are fighting needs total sacrifice. And sometimes it's financial, sometimes it's time, sometimes it's information. It will require that kind of seeing the commission is part of your commission, and see the data you're giving out is part of your dedication to the country. That's my say.
Thank you. Any more questions? Right.
My name is Noah. I'm Israeli, and in the last 10 years I'm in Kenya. I have some insight about data, about personal data. Can I ask, please, the committee to start with the basic, which means when you enter a building, then you are asked to give your ID, your number, your name, what you are doing in these books. You know, every guard has his book that you need to register your information, and it's kept there for years. This information is not controlled. Anyone can take it, anyone can use it, anyone can do bad things with it. So that's my first insight. I have many others, but that's the only one I want to share today.
Well, I'll also add to that one. You go into a building, like Nairobi University Towers here, at the reception they take your details. You go to 10th floor, I'm not saying it happens here, but you go to 10th floor, someone also takes your information. I have been, I've been in a case in which the first person takes my ID. When I get to the second person, they're also asking me for my ID. And I said, I left it down. They say, well, you can see. And that information is asked without second thought as to the fact that it is private information. Because we use the ID to identify it, we think that you can ask for it in any circumstance. It's a point I appreciate, and I think we've all got. But these are issues now we want to look at. Maybe that process emerged to deal with another problem, but now it has been used as if it is a standard request. All right, sorry.
Let me just add to that. That's the main reason why I said all data belongs to government. Because if we had a national database that has all information about your fingerprints, your iris, your weights, everything kept by the government, then when I want to open an account, and then all the cybersecurity and all that is actually now done in that database. So I walk to a bank because I want to open an account. All I need to carry to the bank is my fingerprint, so that I open that account, because they will interrogate the government database to know that I'm Kenyan or I'm foreign and I'm here for a given duration of time. Now, those are some of the things we are picking information. We have some of those experiences, but we are picking those information so that we can come up with some legislative framework to make sure that data is going to be handled in a given way such that you can only interrogate one single database to get all the information you need, and that database is secure. Nobody can actually attack it, and that's the database that has a lot of cyber security around it. So we are taking, thank you for really giving us that, but we are taking all that in so that we can make recommendations on how to handle that kind of a thing. When we are talking about the Center for Cybersecurity or a research center for cybersecurity, at the end of the day, in serious countries, such things are actually domiciled in a military base. Because it is, if you have an attack like what you're talking about, it's a national security issue. It's not as an individual security issue. If Absa Bank is attacked today, that is a financial institution regulated by Central Bank of Kenya that has been attacked. Who should go to war is not Absa. It's actually the Central Bank of Kenya, which means the government of Kenya. Therefore, the security of data, our recommendations will be, let's actually make that be the work of government, so that if for any reason your data is breached, for any reason, the person you go to is the government. Why was it breached? So those are some, we're actually taking on board your comments, which is going to enrich our recommendations to government so that we are all secure at the end of the day.
Okay, as this committee is doing its work, I wanted to ask if they are planning to do any benchmarking. As we know, maybe benchmarking has gotten a bad rap in this country, but we've been hearing since morning from many presenters that Israel is one of the leading countries when it comes to cybersecurity. So I'm sure we don't want to invent the wheel, and so there are some things which must be being done right elsewhere that you maybe like to use to set our targets, where we want to be, where do we want to go, maybe by learning from others where they have been, because the challenges we are experiencing might have been experienced by others, and maybe they have dealt with them, although of course recognizing that our challenges are also unique. I have an additional comment to that one. The issue, maybe it has been mentioned, that the grandmothers should not be taught cybersecurity. While that is true, of course it's nice for them to stay safe, just the way in physical security, you tell people don't walk on that street, so we need, or that one is dangerous, look left and right before you cross the road. So the awareness is also necessary. It's not really cybersecurity per se, so that they can stay safe, because if they don't stay safe, then it's not like the government will compensate them once they get compromised, or at least the government doesn't have an history of doing that. Yeah? Then, of course, there is the Center of Excellence, which has been mentioned. I just want to ask, or rather maybe suggest, maybe what we should be focusing on is centers of excellence. Then define what the characteristics of those centers of excellence should be. Because again, if we focus on only one, it can fail. It may not get funding, and again, it may want to monopolize ideas, call itself a center of excellence, but maybe even the private sector can come up with something more excellent than what would be called that center of excellence. So maybe it's trying to define what characteristics they should have, what capabilities it should have, and then we can have many emerging centers of excellence which maybe other institutions can learn from. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll deal with that issue of benchmarking. But there are certain principles we also, as a team, we don't want this ingrained in our mind that Kenyans cannot do something new. They must always look at what someone else has done. It's a very terrible inferiority complex. So first of all, we talk to each other, see what we want to do, compare it to what the others are doing. So the benchmarking is there, but within that principle, we can do something different. Israel may be very good at cybersecurity, but they don't have the population of Nyahururu, the population of Kajiado. Those are some of the principles. So we are taking that into account. Okay? That's the issue on benchmarking. He will now deal with the grandmother issue.
Yeah. As I deal with the grandmother issue, I also want to let you know that, read about Canada, Sweden, and read about Kenya. In fact, I don't think you can do anything in this country and not be caught in the next 2 minutes unless they don't want to catch you. So we are very good in our own security, in ourselves. So people sometimes need to come and do benchmarking with us as opposed to the other way around. In fact, that's a story for another day. On the grandmother issue, I am an IT person. I'm a computer scientist. All the presentations I have attended, when a technologist is talking, they talk above everybody's head. So what we need to be doing, why I mentioned the grandmother, is not to start talking to a grandmother about cybersecurity. The moment you mention cybersecurity, you've lost that woman. So we need to simplify the communication. What exactly are we talking about? And I'm glad you actually came up with the idea of saying, don't cross the road, look left and right. If we can simplify our language, then that person back there will understand what we're talking about. So hence my talk about let's not overburden the grandmothers with some of these technological buzzwords, but give them information about what they can do and what they cannot do. Secondly, there's nothing that a grandmother can do about a cyber attack. I repeat, that is the role of government, to protect that cyber attack from happening. When government licenses Safaricom to do business, there are certain conditions that they are given. Those conditions include you must make sure that your network is secure and all those kind of things. That's now the control the government is putting on the institutions charged with the responsibility of keeping your data. So yes, we can tell our grandmothers on cybersecurity, but let's find a language. If I can speak in my mother tongue what's cybersecurity in my mother tongue? I mean, the day you actually get to know that, then tell your grandmother. But if you're going back to home and talking to them about cybersecurity the way it is, then please don't. Let's actually deal with it separately. But again, we are here to take up your suggestions on how best to do some of these things, not to talk to you about what cannot be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to make, to sink that point home. Last week, it's a true story, we were at ISACA conference in Kisumu, And there was a press after that. I think the media from vernacular stations requested to be addressed in vernacular. I can tell you, all those techies, including the president of ISACA who was here, ran away. I was left alone to address Ramogi TV, to talk about cybersecurity in Luo language. I tried my best. I think I communicated to my grandmothers in the village. Okay, but it's not easy. So on the centers of excellence, again, we appreciate that cybersecurity and by extension, ICT is diverse. So I am envisaging having several of them handling different components. Some will be handling, issues of incident response, forensics, and so on. Some will be heavy on, analysis, and many others. So that, I'm sure, will be taken into consideration. The other issue on technology, that technology is supposed to be secured. One thing we are missing is security by design of the technologies that we use. We implement ERPs. Students from universities develop some good solutions, mobile apps, which are implemented without any security by design. Therefore, they get compromised and things go haywire. So I think those are some of the things that we are considering in terms of our recommendations. Once we have secure solutions, secure networks, secure apps, secure smart TVs, and so on, then issues of cybersecurity concerns or cybersecurities, most of them will be addressed already by that design. In terms of let me respond to the gentleman. I think there's an element that was missing out. In terms of addressing, sharing the reports of incidents, we have addressed this through the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, that reporting cybersecurity incidents is mandatory, especially for owners or operators of critical information infrastructure. Then the regulations, the draft regulations have also proposed cybersecurity operation centers. So University of Nairobi must invest in one, because the gentleman's agreement that whether to have one or not has failed. So it's being mandatory for owners and operators of critical information infrastructure to invest in cybersecurity operation centers. Then the regulators of every sector must also invest in the same. Then there'll be one at the national level for the purposes of enhancing cybersecurity situational awareness, and that will enforce and also reinforce incident detection and response accordingly. So those are some things that have already been taken care of in the draft regulations. But again, part of what we're doing is seeing how better can this be achieved, so that whenever there's a ransomware on a critical information infrastructure of, say, Kenya Commercial Bank, you as a CISO of Equity Bank should have access to some analysis of that report, because you could be having the same core banking system manufactured by Craft Silicon, as is the case in this ecosystem. So then it means that the same vulnerabilities that are exploited at KCB, you could also see how to firefight before the tragedy gets to your place. So I think those are some of the things I wanted to respond to. Thank you.
All right. Before we lose our own mandate, yes, I'm going. I know. In fact, he's looking at me so straight I can't miss him. Just reflect, maybe not necessarily today, what's the role of ICT in cybersecurity? Because clearly that's something that we must continue to keep thinking about. Now, sir.
Yes, my name is Joseph. Thank you for giving me this chance. I have not had anybody talking about the SIM cards, and we are victims of those guys from committee. Every time they call us, they tell us, we are from Equity, we are from where. So how is the committee discussing how to protect Kenyans? Because most Kenyans, they own SIM cards, not computers and what have you. Thank you.
Yeah, let me quickly respond to the issue of SIM cards. Remember, that's a particular solution. But I can tell you that Kenyans are suffering for many others, including falsification of documents. Okay, academic documents, somebody can get an employment with their academic certificates without you knowing. It's a similar analogy. So what we've done is we've looked at some of these critical services, critical technologies, and the various sectors regulating this. when we're doing public participation for the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act regulations, I can assure you, at some point, people told us that if Safaricom was here, we could have beaten them up because we are suffering because of this SIM card issue. So, but we've taken these issues with the regulator, which is Communication Authority, because these are now issues around consumer protection, which is also part of the regulations under Kenya Information and Communications Act. So it is, yes, an issue of internal controls that is failing, and to assure Kenyans of a secure cyberspace for us to embrace a digital economy, we have put in the regulations that all critical information infrastructure owners must secure their systems, and that NC4 shall institute auditing of those systems if there is a feeling or there is a perception or if there are lapses. And then those who are found culpable of running services on weak systems will be culpable to legal prosecution. So it's no longer going to be whether if they want to do it or not, but they must secure their systems so that they protect Kenyans, because that is the only way that we can assure Kenyans that mobile, money, or telecommunication systems in Kenya is secure to support the livelihoods of individuals, government, and private businesses. Thank you.
Just to add on one thing, sorry.
Yeah, so let me also take this opportunity to thank you for your time, and just to put this to you that as Kenyans, it is our responsibility to protect our cyberspace. Cybersecurity is national security. It is all our responsibility. We all have a role in this. Giving your ID number to your grandson who is cheeky to go and withdraw for you M-Pesa from the nearest shop is part of those vulnerabilities we talk about. So let's all take care and protect our cyberspace. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to that as a closing remark, if you have any information that you'd like really to be taken on board, please, you're welcome. And he'll take your name and contact so that we can actually benefit from that. Two, I talked about thinking about technology bank, because some of the apps that we are developing here, particularly you students, as you move into the workplace, are not secure. They're not secure because you're not very sure that somebody is going to buy it. Because at the end of the day, we keep on buying foreign, software and things like that. So the technology bank will also be in a position to assist people in the country to be sure of coming up with a very good product that is going to be bought by people in the country so that they can earn money, which means they must put security in mind when they're developing those things. Thank you.
Okay, my comment is my last comment. So this is a collaborative thing. So I think we'll be eager to, personally I'll be eager to collect your contacts, then we will communicate on we collect your views. Yeah.
We have been a bit dictatorial. We are closing before we've asked us, but I think the time is getting...
No, it's okay. You can...
yeah.
Yes.
I think that the comment that Joel has made is important. For the time we've interacted here, if we can get some of you join the public participation, there will be one for software. We'll also be able to give you information, maybe through someone you can tell us, so that this discussion becomes important. If I was still at the university, which of course is wishful thinking, I would have liked the universities maybe to send some kind of memorandum from their perspective. It's something that you need to consider so that we get a coherent view on this particular process. You've given us an excellent opportunity to say this, but keep thinking about it, those who are here. We're already approaching various industry associations, software developers, cybersecurity associations. We also want them to come and make a comprehensive contribution. Other than that, thank you very much. At least on my part, I've enjoyed being here. Don't be in a hurry to call me back until 2024, Cyberpro. Have a very good evening.
Let's clap for our guests as they leave the stage. That the university is not, the stairs are not friendly. So, yeah, there is a law to make the stage friendly as you walk up or down. Please, let's. Thank you very much for the honor. We even have, in our closing remark, we have been able to develop an idea on how we will communicate. Because you've just advised us of a memorandum that can be communicated through the university. So thank you very much. And at any particular time, now I think we are more freer to participate. This is my own view. Anything that is relating to government, it's always, okay, I don't know how to participate. I don't know whether I'm okay or I'm going to be profiled. Please don't fear. Don't fear to give your name to Joel. And don't fear to give your suggestions. They have just confirmed that they are us and we are them. And it's not the government. So it's a free, we need to contribute freely. And yeah, build our country. Wow. What a week. What very fulfilling 3 days, concluded by 4 wise men. What? There's there's who is the half? No. Depending on age, but we really appreciate. Okay. We have now come to the last session, which is Cyberpro, University of Nairobi, and Kenya School of Government. And I'm going to ask Professor, please to come to the front. I'm going to ask John, please come to the front. I'm going to ask Timothy, Kenya School of Government, please come to the front. And as you watch, we're going to have a small conversation, which will last for 2 minutes. Yes, quickly we have reached a consensus on how to wind up the event. And we'll begin with Kenya School of Government.
Good evening. For me, it's just to give thanks to the organizers of this event and to the delegates who took time to sit through the sessions. Personally, I've also learned a lot, and I hope that that's the same for you. Especially for the last session, for the working group, I'm really looking forward to being able to give feedback and see how this process will end up. On behalf of my colleagues who we came together, I'm hoping that we have also been able to share information about what the school is doing, and hopefully you'll also be able to interact with us and see a number of programs that we offering. Other than that, hopefully we'll see you in 2024 for the next conference. Thank you all.
I just want to thank everyone who came here and everybody who dedicated their time to present or to comment or to just counsel somebody. We really appreciate, especially the students' fraternity who were committed to be here, especially I hope you are not IT guys and you are interdisciplinary. We want to thank the professors who took the 3 days intensively. It's been 3 to 4 months of intensive negotiations between the university and the public sector and the government. And it was not easy to be where we are right now. It was tough, especially if I rubbed your shoes or I stepped on your toe, forgive me. If we said something we didn't need to say, we are learning. This is the beginning of Cyberweek Africa 2023, 2024, and many other years to come. This is the beginning. We pray this will be the center for excellence, will be the center for Cyberweek. And when we go to other countries, you are welcome to Cyberweek Europe, Cyberweek US, Cyberweek UK, Cyberweek Israel. You're welcome. And we will be in the gap between those who want to go. Most the embassies and the consuls around are so much committed to taking people to Cyberweeks in their countries. We pray that you'll also be interested in, you research online and look at the speakers first. Look at the guys who are speaking in those conferences. If you find it's good, you can either contact Cyberpro or contact the respective embassy. You'll be able to attend those conferences which are hosted in those countries. It's a major learning center and a big networking center. You can't believe now the last Cyberweek I attended, they are calling me and ask me, oh, show us a map of what is happening, take pictures and send to us. So they're just commenting, oh, that was a nice speaker. This event is live on TV somewhere and live on YouTube. So we have imagine we are here like maybe 100 guys, and in online it's around 4,000 something. People are watching everywhere. We are praying that since there might not be Cyberweek Israel next year, and Cybertech Israel next year, January, they might not be there. We are requesting those guys whether they can plan Cyberweek 2024 to be in the University of Nairobi for Africa. You guys stand with us in every time we come to you, we need help. When we come to you, we need technology. We are going to do a lot of researches on the same issues our peers are doing. We will be able to present our researches to them for evaluation and also for advice, and much of it we want to see everyone growing on their own way, and especially the guys below 30. This is your country, this is your education, and this, whatever we are setting up right now is yours. Please take it up and run with it. It's a major career, it's the biggest employer in the world right now, and it's the only place you can walk out and say, I served my country properly, when you are 70 like me. Thank you, guys.
Okay, good evening. So I think I'll also give my thanks at the Department of Computing and Informatics at the Faculty of Science and Technology at Chiromo. So I'd like also to thank everyone, the organizers, including Cyberpro, and Kenya School of Government and us. We've been preparing for this event for quite some time now, and I'm so happy that it has come to a very successful close. We've gotten very many viewers online, and also here, a very big number. I'm very impressed. And I'm also very impressed that we've gotten people from students, from researchers, from not just computer science, but also from the arts. So, and this is a reminder that cybersecurity is really a multidisciplinary thing. It affects all of us, and all of us can contribute. And I hope that the next year, Cyberweek Africa, this is the first of its kind in Africa. I hope that next year, given that those ones that John has mentioned may not be there, that we'll have all that audience here. So thank you very much, and we can meet next time. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to have our chairman say just a few words while we are standing, because after he speaks is the national anthem, which is the closing prayer of the conference. Please, let's stand, and you can queue after our chairman has spoken. But I can say thank you very much for attending the conference. Thank you very much for attending the conference online.
Thank you. My colleague said everything. Just want to say I'm impressed from the participation. I would like to thank the people that were involved in this event, especially the university who hosted this event. And thank you. Thank you very much.